watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you, and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. A lot of things going on today already, so I want to let you know kind of where things stand at this 11 o'clock hour right now and some of the things that we are watching. First, let me give you a live look right now at Southcom in Miami, where the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, is part of this conference that is going on live right now. It's the America's Counter Cartel Conference. So talking about the cartels and their activity. We did hear from Secretary Hegseth speaking earlier today in Jarrel at this event, or before it started, I should say. He's also going to be stopping in Tampa a little bit later today, going to be visiting Central Command, CENTCOM, at MacDill Air Force Base, and we expect to hear from him again. He's holding a news conference with the CENTCOM commander coming up later today at 4:30. So we'll be keeping an eye out for that. That's going to be an update on Operation Epic Fury specifically. So we will be watching closely for that. Let me also give you a live look at the floor of the U.S. House in Washington, D.C. Several big things on the docket for the House of Representatives today, including votes on the Iran war powers, that limits that failed in the Senate yesterday, funding for the Department of Homeland Security. We've seen over the past couple of days, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem has been testifying on Capitol Hill in two separate oversight hearings. Her hope and Republicans have been pushing for this funding bill to reopen the Department of Homeland Security. We'll see what happens with that. There's also a resolution about making Iran, or designating Iran as a state terror sponsor, a resolution about that. So we're watching for that. We also just heard just a few minutes ago from Congressman Maxwell Frost talking about the Epstein files on the floor of the U.S. House. So we will listen in to that coming up in just a little bit. Also, a little bit later today, Governor Ron DeSantis going to be in Yulee. He's holding a news conference at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So we will bring that to you live. So we've got a lot to get into, but I want to start as we learn more about a child abuse case out of Marion County. The mother of a 3-year-old girl who died in a suspected abuse case has now been charged in connection with this case. Her name is Jennifer Kendrick. She is charged with child neglect. Her boyfriend, Jeroen Combs, had already previously been arrested and was facing charges in connection with the death of 3-year-old Paisley Brown. He's accused of hitting her multiple times, resulting in her death. He was first charged with aggravated child abuse. Those charges have now been raised to a homicide. So two updates there, the homicide charge, and then the mother, Jennifer Kendrick, now facing charges in that case. In fact, she appeared in court in Marion County earlier today for her first appearance. Here are the moments as she faced a judge for the first time.
First case, we're going to call up Jennifer Farrah Kendrick. Ms. Kendrick, can you come on up, ma'am? Good morning. Ms. Kendrick, did I place you under oath a moment ago, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is your name, madam? What's your date of birth?
Jennifer Kendrick, 6/29/99.
Ms. Kendrick, we got a couple of cases to talk about this morning. We've got an arrest by the sheriff's office on it's a 2-count felony child neglect arrest, and each of these child neglect charges, ma'am, 3rd-degree felony offenses. The maximum that you're going to face up to 5 years in state prison, a $5,000 fine per count. Now, we've also got a violation of probation situation. As you were on probation, it appears, out of Marion County case number 24 CF3170. And it looks like that is that's an introduction of contraband into a county detention facility, I think is the charge that you're on probation for, as a 3rd-degree felony. Ms. Kendrick, the maximum penalty on that, found in violation of your probation by committing the new offenses, up to 5 years in prison, a $5,000 fine, maximum penalty as well on the violation charge. Ma'am, you're going to need a lawyer, and you are requesting a public defender, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
You qualify for one. The clerk has reviewed, approved your affidavit, So we will appoint you counsel this morning. State, I know we have the violation case, but you see any other prior record on Ms. Kendrick?
So for Ms. Kendrick, she has a 2024 introduction of contraband into county.
That's what she's on probation for. What else you show?
So there's nothing else.
That's it? All right. I'll just be candid in saying I have some familiarity, having dealt with Mr. Combs' cases on a couple of occasions now, first appearance, so these facts are not completely unfamiliar to the court. Yeah, Ms. Kendrick, there's abundant probable cause for 2 counts. It looks like there'd probably be factual basis for more counts than that, but certainly find probable cause for the 2 counts. That also provides the court with probable cause that you have violated the conditions of your probation out of the aforementioned circuit felony case. So what we're doing today, Ms. Kendrick, as far as the violation of probation case, the court's going to hold you on no bond, appoint the public defender to you, and we'll set your next court date for March 23 at 8:15 in the a.m. You have any questions about that, ma'am?
No.
All right. And as far as the child neglect charges, ma'am, setting a bond for you on each of these charges. Setting a $50,000 bond, and at this point, I think I would probably be inclined to order that while you wait in the Marion County Jail, I'm inclined to order that you have no contact with you understand, no contact with the kids.
Yes.
All right. And next court date will be April 7, 9 o'clock. Public defender will be giving you legal advice at the jail before the next court date. You have any questions, ma'am?
No.
All right. We have paperwork for you. You're free to go.
That was Jennifer Kendrick. This is 3-year-old Paisley Brown, her daughter, who died after investigators say Jeroen Combs admitted to repeatedly beating Paisley while he was taking care of her and 4 other kids. Kendrick now facing charges, investigators saying she knew about the abuse but didn't do anything about it. We also heard this morning from Lieutenant Paul Bloom from the Marion County Sheriff's Office talking about this case and their hopes for it moving forward.
All right, well, I appreciate you guys taking the time to come over here. This is a story that's just shocked our community, and it's of concern really statewide. We've had a lot of folks that are just, like us, shocked and disturbed by it. Last night, this occurred February 19th, as you know, and we responded to a call for a 3-year-old that had been killed. And we arrested the boyfriend, Jeroen Combs, for that attack. He has since, in the last day, those charges have been upgraded for him to include a homicide. We were waiting for the report to come back from the coroner's office. That has come back and it has been ruled a homicide. He is charged with that homicide, and rightfully so. He deserves every bit of that. But also the mother of this child, and you've seen the reports and her involvement or lack of involvement, and the lack of calling 911 right away. So we are told that a child is unresponsive, and we know this has been going on for since the 19th, and there's been a lot of, when these things happen, they are shocking, and patience runs thin. Why isn't this person arrested? But also justice has to run its course as well. This investigation on her started immediately as to, and we had not had any interaction with them prior to that regarding this. So we began an investigation on her, and these detectives had and counselors in the last couple of weeks have had the unfortunate and unenviable job of interviewing these children that were witness to this torture and this murder. And after speaking with these children and getting the stories, these charges were brought up. And our hope is, I think for these children, 10 to 15 years from now, they're Google searching their past, trying to find out what happened to them. My hope is that as they look at that and they see your reports and your videos, social media, our videos, that they see that there was, even though they lived in a home of violence, of fear, of selfishness, that they see that there was a community out there that that did have love, did have concern for them, and does care for them. That's a story I hope they see 10 or 15 years from now. Nothing we could do to prevent that, but there's everything in the world. We would have done anything in the world to stop it, had any of us known. Right now, our hope is that justice continues down that path and is served. I can tell you that she has been charged. She's in our jail across the street here, and that investigation is not done with her. There's more victims that we're talking to, more stories are unfolding. Understand, we're talking to children. I believe the oldest one may be 9 years old. So we're talking to children, getting these stories accurately accounted. And I would say with some good probability there may be more charges coming. And I know he has had some more charges put on him. We will make those available to you. That he has some new charges concerning the aggravated child abuse that we, as we're talking to the other victims. So those will be available to you guys as well. We'll email that to you, the new charges that have just happened. So justice will continue to be served here. And again, understand, as patience runs thin, looking every day for this to arrest this mother, but justice does have to run its course, and in this case, we believe it has. Take a few questions that you may have.
Is there any sense that she might eventually face a murder charge as well?
Well, we're gonna run it all the way out to the end. Every rock overturned. We want to look under everything and see what we can come up with. Right now, she is currently on a felony probation that's been violated. We're going to hold her here with no bond while we continue those investigations. So, not throwing anything out. That's not out of the realm of possibility.
What can you talk about that probation violation? Like, what was she charged with? What was she?
I believe she had a felony, maybe a drug probation that she was on. So this case, these new charges, someone's on probation and commits another crime, when she's been charged with another crime, that will violate her probation. So I just say it like this, just to cut to it. Any charge we can give her, we're going to give her. Anything she qualifies for, she's going to get.
What kind of pattern of abuse are we looking at here? How long has something like this been going on in this household?
So the pattern of abuse is a great question. We are learning about this along with everybody else over the last couple of weeks. And what we're learning from these child victims is this is standard behavior, standard practice. And again, I hope 10 to 15 years from now, when they're looking at this and their lives are changing now as we speak, we're putting them with the right people and getting them away from the wrong people. So I hope in 10 to 15 years, they look back in just as much disgust and realize what they were in was not normal, that no child has to endure that. And there's a community and there are folks in this community that love them, protect them, and cherish them.
How are those children doing right now, and who is caring for them?
Right now they're doing well, and we're providing services, anything available to them that they need. We are providing that, but where they're staying, who they're with, we're not disclosing that. We're just very, very protective of their safety right now, and until we know all the facts and all the players involved.
You've already talked about this. How many children are we talking about exactly? Can you share one of their stories with us?
So I'm limited on what I can say because these are child victims. Like I said, they range in age from 1 to 9 years old, from my understanding, and there's 4 or 5 kids that maybe more. We want to know: are there more kids that visited the home? Are there relatives, cousins? We're trying to find all that out to make sure we've spoken to every victim, got every story, and their story is not lost, but justice is served for those children.
Are all of the kids hers, or does he bring the kids into the relationship?
So relationships of these children to the offenders, we cannot disclose that, just public record law. But I can tell you they're both known by both folks, and where they were staying, the house we responded to was a place that these kids were typically staying, and those conditions, we've obviously immediately called Department of Children and Families. We want every eye looking at this that we can, and it doesn't make the story any less sad. It's still as tragic as we see it, but it hopefully today there's a little bit of relief for those that remember this poor little 3-year-old Paisley, and that her voice is being heard a little bit at a time right now. All right, I appreciate you, and as we get more information, we will make sure you get that in an email or give us a call. We'll do that.
Lieutenant Paul Bloom with the Marion County Sheriff's Office talking just a little bit ago about those charges that have been upgraded against Jeroen Combs, and charges now filed against Jennifer Kendrick as well, who made her first appearance in court earlier today. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Give you a live look right now at Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C., where lawmakers in the U.S. House going to be holding a vote coming up a little bit later today that could potentially put some limits on the president's war powers when it comes to what's happening in Iran. Those unlikely, I would say, especially after that a similar vote failed in the Senate yesterday. We are also awaiting an update from Secretary Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, who is in Florida right now. Just wrapped up a conference in Doral and is going to be heading to MacDill Air Force Base this afternoon in Tampa, where he is expected to give an update around 4:30 with the CENTCOM commander in Tampa about Operation Epic Fury. But we wanted to dive deeper into the situation in Iran, the geopolitics of it, and some of the context regarding what we are seeing with that conflict and what happens next. And so pleased to be joined this morning by Dr. Houman Sadri from the University of Central Florida, an associate professor there. Dr. Sadri, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
So first of all, just put this into context for us, this conflict, these drone strikes that we're seeing, what's happening in Iran. Obviously, we know that the Middle East is a place that the United States has had involvement in the past, and just kind of put into perspective for us what we're seeing overall.
Absolutely. First of all, in terms of the current basically drone and missile war, it seems like, it shows Iran as constantly a hostile country toward the West. And this is basically, relatively speaking, a new phenomenon because when you think about the U.S.-Iran relationship, it actually goes back to the 19th century when the dynasty before the Pahlavi dynasty, they invited American experts and technocrats to come and, modernize the financial centers and a lot of other aspect of the industrialization process. And so the Americans, they had a very, very positive image. And the positive image even increased after World War II when after the tripod, treaty and the war, finished, and Churchill called Iran the bridge of the victory. The Soviets were not willing to leave the northern part of Iran. And it was because of the American pressure that Iran was able to protect its territorial integrity. The challenge was, when in 1953, the Shah of Iran was returned to Iran, basically with an operation that U.S., UK had, organized. And from that moment, it kind of lost legitimacy. However, even after the revolution began, the leaders of the revolutionary Iran, they tried to maintain a connection with the U.S., despite all of the events happening in between. One of the major one being that Shah of Iran was, basically admitted to the U.S. Interesting enough, nobody believed that really he was, admitted for medical reason. Frankly, because Shah, basically kept his, serious dealing with the cancer, which was basically terminal, a secret, even from his own wife and children. So when he suddenly announced that, yes, he needs treatment, the revolutionary leaders, they didn't believe. They thought this is another image repeat of 1953. Shah is going to go to the U.S. and then he's going to be brought back. So they, obviously occupied the, American embassy. And then from that point on, as you can see, and, when you read, you will see that, the relationship has been going down. The most recent event is because very simply, the group that right now it has taken over Iranian leadership since, former, Supreme Leader Khamenei, they've been the mostly radical elements. They've been setting the agenda. And the more reformist elements, like, for example, the grandson of, late Ayatollah Khomeini, Hassan Khomeini, and, individuals such as, former President Khatami, former President, Rouhani, as more, moderate elements, they've been really pushed aside. So with the news that, the Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei, who is the second son of the former supreme leader, is taking charge, it seems like the radical elements are basically tightening their grip over still leadership. And that would make it very difficult to negotiate with.
When we're talking about a country like Iran, what is it about its kind of positioning that makes it an important theater, if for lack of a better word? Why does the U.S. pay such close attention to what is happening in not just Iran, but these other countries in the Middle East?
Well, I can say something about not just Iran, but the Persian Gulf area. As you know, the world has an addiction to oil and gas. 20% of the oil of, even though many developed countries and many allies of the U.S. have been since 1973-74, the very first oil, crisis, they have been trying to diversify their, imports of oil and gas from different countries. Still, 20% of the oil and gas in the world passes through Strait of Hormuz. Iran is not the only country that is producing it. Obviously, Iraq, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, UAE, you name it. They all produce those type of, commodities. Now, in the last couple of decades, Iran has reoriented its trade. Most of about 80% of Iranian oil and gas goes to China. Because China really doesn't question Iran's in terms of its domestic affairs. Beijing doesn't really care if Iran is respecting or not respecting human rights. But of course, the Western countries, understandably, they're concerned because they wanted to make sure that Iran, as it's growing, since its revolution, it moves to the direction that they could identify with. And that's very natural in the broad community of nations. However, doesn't matter what type of regime is going to be in Iran. Iran is a major fact in this, in Persian Gulf area we have to deal with. It's a country with about 92 million, people, and these are most of them are highly educated, urbanized, and interesting enough, based on our estimates, we do not have exact, percentages, but averaging out about 75% of Iranian population are actually pro-US, and the West, and they want it, they want the revolution succeeds in the, basically promises that it gave. But the problem is that especially in the last 37 years that, late Supreme Leader, Khamenei has been in charge. He has basically changed the political development of Iran to be more and more radical. Like, for example, under the first 10 years during the, the founder of the Islamic Republic, Khomeini was keeping a balance between different power sources. So the moderates, they had their say, the more radical elements, they had more say. Khomeini would never allow that the Revolutionary Guard or any other military, individuals to have as much power as they have had during the last 37 years of the Supreme Leader Khamenei. So this has been very interesting development. And, we look at it as political scientists in terms of trends in growth or lack of growth. And then we see a system that has not, adjusted its behavior. It remains the way it is. And if we want, for a lack of better term, borrow the social, Darwinism, those units that they do not fit their environment, they're going to eventually disappear. Well, look, Soviet Union lasted only 70 years. Is that right? And the Iranian regime has been around for 47 years. So continuing in this type of path, I do not see that regime to survive, with or without a war. I think probably the changes are going to come from inside, as we saw from, middle of last December all the way to January, even though, that regime was very, very tough toward, peaceful demonstration of individuals who do not have even weapons.
We know the U.S. leaders have said the main objective in this was making sure to get rid of the nuclear capabilities and missile programs of Iran, but they have essentially been telling the people of Iran, now is your chance for that regime change. Talk about some of the difficulties of that. We have seen similar circumstances in other countries when it comes to regime change, and what are some of the difficulties now of, if the U.S. wants to see democracy in Iran, what are some of the obstacles to that taking hold?
Right. Well, let's start from our side. I think it's easier to look at it from our side. From our perspective, I would say that, President Trump has been very brave in terms of making this decision, very frankly. Because he has not been alone in terms of being concerned about possibility of Iranians having access to a nuclear technology and making a bomb. However, he has been the only one who decided, I'm going to go about doing something about it. And it's very interesting because presidents usually during the second term, they try to make history because they know that history is going to remember them for what they are, the decision they made. And, from the other side, we see that, President Trump has not been the only one who's been concerned. There were a number of other, top American and Western leaders who've been concerned about that one. But they have been saying that for years. And then we know that only recently, again, we do not have exact, information. Many of them are basically estimates of what has been happening because, after the president basically toward the agreement that we had with Iran, the previous administration, Obama administration had signed, really Iran did not allow the AIEA, inspectors to be there to monitor, and all the, cameras and videos of AIEA were turned off. So we do not know exactly what's going on. What we have learned from different sources and very, very indirectly is probably Iranians that have in the neighborhood of 450 to about 500 kilograms of highly enriched uranium. You're talking about U-235, okay? Now, at what level is it? It's probably in the neighborhood of 75 to about 79%. This is way more than the level that, for example, AIEA accept, which is 20%, maximum 20% for peaceful purposes. So I would understand that many countries around, not just the US, even some of the neighboring countries would be very much concerned about that because this is not just for medical purposes or scientific purposes. This could be, used for, obviously, any kind of weapon. It's very easily weaponized. So that has been the issue. Now, if they really had the intention to have the bomb or not, we really do not know. Is that right? Some people have said that they want it basically as a bargaining chip. They are concerned about the survival of the regime. That's goal number one for any regime. Any regime at any cost wants to survive. And that has been what they've been interested in. That others, they say no, because, there are some segment of the leadership that they've leaked the idea that, well, look at U.S. behavior. It doesn't attack, North Korea, because North Korea has become a broad nuclear power, but it attacked Iraq, and there is a very good chance to attack Iran, which what they said right now from their perspective has come true. So the issue is not an easy issue, but our president, in addition to the nuclear issue, has had other concern. The second concern has been the Iranian ballistic, technology that, as you can see, is not necessarily very accurate. Like, for example, they've been trying to, hit the U.S. consulate in Dubai, and it hits the parking lot and not the building, So I'm sure their intention was to actually hit the building. We see the same thing happening actually in the spots that they were trying to hit in Israel and also in some of the other, targeted areas. So their missiles are not very accurate, but still that's the damage. And unfortunately, during these type of attacks, a lot of innocent people can die. And that is obviously something that, people are not willing to accept. Last, but certainly not least, major concern has been the Iranian, proxies. I wrote actually a book about that one for Central Command. I co-authored it about Iranian proxies. Iranian proxies, like in Lebanon with Hezbollah, in Iraq, in Yemen, and elsewhere. So those have been some of the things that the top major concern that our administration has had.
Last thing I'll ask you here, Dr. Sadri, and that's kind of looking forward, because especially in the aftermath of the drone strikes in Iran, we've heard from some leaders here in Florida, and part of the members of Congress, especially in South Florida, part of the Cuban diaspora that is here, that is essentially calling for the U.S. to take similar action in Cuba to kind of force regime change there, and putting some pressure on the communist regime in Cuba. How might a situation in Cuba be similar or different to what we're seeing with Iran?
Well, that's an excellent question. We political science, we focus on pattern behavior. Okay, the president, has always promised that he does not want to get involved in long-term, wars. However, if you see what happened in, Venezuela, which he doesn't consider it actually a military, basically activity, he considered it was like a police action. He considered Maduro to be a criminal, and then there was a police action, picked him up, bring him to justice. Right now with Iran, similar situation, different geography. It was, Caracas is very close to the water area, so in terms of the military operation, it was a completely different issue. Tehran, capital of Iran, is really far away from water, and there's been, when I look at how our planes and our Israeli planes are basically attacking Tehran so far away inland, I'm sure in terms of refueling and everything, that's in itself a miracle that they can reach such a such a distance. Now to Cuba. Cuba being an island 90 miles from Florida, Havana being next door to the water, and president has shown his displeasure with the way the Cubans are operating. I am not a Latin American expert, but I focus on revolutionary states. And if I were Cuban, I would be kind of more aware of what's going on, and I try to be more ready. That's what I would suggest as far as that is concerned. In terms of Iran's future, right now, according to best news, the second son of, Supreme Leader Khamenei, Mojtaba, who is among the radical group, not one of the more reformist people, like, for example, Hassan Khomeini, who is the grandson of, the late Ayatollah Khomeini, seems to be selected to lead Iran, and that shows again that there's going to be a radical group setting the agenda, which would make it difficult to come up with some kind of compromise. Do not know which direction that's going to take, but in the next few days, we'll see what the impact will be.
Dr. Houman Sadri, Associate Professor at the University of Central Florida. We appreciate your expertise and your time, and thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thank you very much, Gary.
As we go to break, to give you another live look at the U.S. Capitol ahead of the U.S. House of Representatives voting on a war powers resolution expected later today. Keep it right here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we will be right back. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, we are getting closer to the weekend, and things really starting to heat up.
It really is. I think a lot of us have been waiting for these days, hit the water park, maybe the beach.
Yeah.
Of course, it's Bike Week, so a lot of folks at Daytona are super stoked about that. And the Arnold Palmer Invitational this weekend.
A lot of things that are dependent on good weather.
It may be a little hot for that. We'll see. Depends on your style of heat. It's going to be in the middle 80s for that event, and at the beach it'll be a little bit cooler for Bike Week. But yeah, it's going to be nice. Outdoor events, you are right, Garrett, and the weather's going to be very critical for these. Now, there is rain in the forecast, but it looks like it'll be mostly west of Orlando. So for most of the East Central Florida events this weekend and for us this week, we should be good from the rest of this week all the way through the middle of next. Ocala right now is definitely good with bright sunshine. It is beautiful at this midday hour. We're going to warm things up to 87 degrees in Ocala today, skewing toward the hot, especially considering our typical high is 77 this time of the year. 86 in Claremont, 84 Orlando, but notice cooler at the beaches, about 78 for Daytona, thanks to the onshore flow, wind blowing over those colder shelf waters, where thanks to the cold winter we've had before this latest heat wave, we had temperatures dip to about 60 to 65 just offshore of Daytona. So that's some cold water the wind is blowing over. Speaking of cold, we got a lot of cold air up north. It's going to stay up north for the most part, but it may come just far enough south to produce a couple of storm systems for us for late next week. But until then, our weather will be primarily dominated by several areas of upper level high pressure. And that means warm weather, a lot of orange on the map. Now, Thursday of next week, about a week from today, there may be a little bit of a kink in the jet stream, a weak storm system, just enough cool air to produce a couple of stronger or severe thunderstorms across the southeast. The jury's still out on if that will affect us directly. That said, a last cold surge of winter may be in the cards for part of the U.S. This one earlier looked like it may come straight down to Florida. Even then, it would be a moderated state. We'd have lows in the 40s and 50s, highs in the 70s. We're pretty much past that Rubicon of winter chill. But the latest models are now suggesting that we may miss it entirely as a hot area of high pressure coming off of the Sonoran Desert in Mexico drifts across the Gulf. So that may be it. Yeah, this may be the long haul of hot weather. There's usually a few days in March where we cool down a bit, but as far as freezes go, I think we're past that point. 84 degrees today, 86 degrees tomorrow, 85 Saturday. There will be a chance for a shower or a storm today, but most of the action west of Lake Apopka, focusing on around the I-75 corridor, where there could be a meeting of the sea breeze from the Gulf as well as the Atlantic flow from the east. We spring ahead on Sunday for the start of daylight saving time. We lose that hour of sleep with the sun sets much later in the evening, and then pushing 90 by the middle of next week. So, Garrett, it is that time of the year where all of a sudden we're going from, oh goodness, it's so cold, where's my jacket, to like, I hope the AC works.
It happens fast.
It sure does.
In fact, yesterday I was saying I hadn't turned the AC on yet. By the end of the day, I had. So
okay, all right.
It does happen fast.
So you finally folded.
Yeah. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back. Check out those clouds over downtown Orlando. Beautiful sky and a great view that we are looking at right now. We'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a live look. This is Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds, who is speaking right now about the U.S. service members who were killed in Kuwait by an Iranian drone strike. Among them was Cody Cork, a U.S. Army Reserve captain, a Florida native. He was from Winter Haven, graduated from high school there in Polk County, and is speaking live right now. The governor is about not just Captain Cork, but the other members of the unit that he was a part of. He was with a unit that was out of Des Moines, Iowa, and so that is the connection, the 103rd Sustainment Command in Des Moines. Let's go ahead and listen in as Governor Reynolds speaks about these service members and answers questions as well.
They're doing, and hopefully we're in and out. I believe that is the goal of this administration. They've made it very clear, but I believe with what we were experiencing, what they have the capability of doing, they didn't learn from the first lesson, so they were already actively working on creating a nuclear bomb and enhancing and developing ballistic missiles at a rapid pace. And so at some point they're going to figure out how to put a warhead on a ballistic missile that can make it not only to Europe and to the surrounding Middle East, but to America. And so, they tried to negotiate, and it just wasn't successful. They weren't, I don't believe that, from what we're hearing, agree to the terms. I haven't had any direct contact, that's my personal opinion, but, it's not easy. I don't, this is the This is the results of stepping in and doing this. But I think, as I said, when I was over there visiting them, every soldier that I talked to believed in the mission, and they were proud to be a part of it and believed they were doing the right thing, the ones that I talked to. So,
when you worked there, did you have a chance to talk and learn about anything about sort of the security procedures that are in place at the bases and kind of like how they're secured?
Yeah. Yeah, I can't really go into those details. A lot of it was confidential, and some of the updates that we were secured information, some of the updates that we were able to participate in. But you know, that's something that's always front and center, I think, in any time that we have the soldiers in theater. That's the number one priority, is to keep them safe.
Secretary has said at one of the briefings earlier this week, suggested that maybe the media are making too much front page news of the casualties in order to make President Trump look bad. Do you think there's been too much media coverage of these soldiers' loss, or about right, or not enough?
I think we need to stand with our soldiers that are in theater right now. We're in war, and we shouldn't be second guessing that. We need to stand with our families. We need to stand with the men and women who are serving this country, and we need to be supportive of them. There'll be time to do a review, but I think what we need to be doing, and what I hope I reflected in my opening comments, is we need to continue to stand united in support of our men and women that are serving, and especially until we get through this, and especially as we have men and women that are in theater right now.
Have you spoken with the president at all?
I have not.
Are you able to say anything else about the 9 wounded? I'm sorry if this has already been reported, but are they also connected to Fort Des Moines?
I'm not at liberty to say that right now.
Well,
And I don't know, to be honest. I'm trying to think back on the conversation state and remember what I can say and what I'm not, and I don't know that, to be honest. This is what I've been told that I can share, is that the wounded have been safely evacuated from Kuwait, and they are in Germany. So they are at a safe place right now.
It'll take us a few long times.
So that was the Iowa governor taking some questions there, and speaking about the service members who were killed in Kuwait, including Captain Cody Cork, 35 years old, and a Winter Haven native who died in that Iranian drone strike, one of 4 service members killed in Kuwait, part of that 103rd sustainment out of Des Moines. We're going to take another break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now at the skyline of Tampa on this Thursday morning. We know the Rays are getting closer, trying to build their home of the future. A new ballpark along North Dale Mabry Highway, right there near the on the grounds of what is currently the Hillsborough College, just across the street from Raymond James Stadium, and essentially right next door to George Steinbrenner Field as well. There have been some updates on that. We know the owners are going on essentially a tour of some community meetings that they're holding around the community in the Bay Area, talking about some of the next steps with this, and trying to tout some of the economic benefits that a ballpark, that the new ballpark and the new kind of developments around it that includes some retail and other things would bring to that area. They had the first meeting earlier this week. I had the chance to speak with J.P. Peterson, who is the host of the J.P. Peterson Show on FanStream Sports. He attended that first meeting, and I got us all caught up on where things stand and where things go next. Well, let's just start here. Just talk to us about where things stand in this process right now with the Rays ballpark. We know the owners are getting out, holding some of these engagement sessions, but still some work to do in this process.
Yeah, there's a long way to go, but the framework, I think, is really solidly in place, if I can put it that way. We just had the first public meeting at Hillsborough College the other day, which I attended. Got to chat with Ken Babby, the CEO and owner of the Rays, who, by the way, is coming on my show live tomorrow on Friday from 10 to 11, if I can plug that, JP Peterson Show on YouTube and Facebook and X. So he'll be on with me for an hour. And, you know, their plan, I think, is really, really solid. It's what they're giving back to the community. You know, they did 2 economic studies, independent studies. The county commissioned one and the Rays commissioned another. You always got to take those with a grain of salt, obviously. But with the $8 to $10 billion, which the team is going to invest in this huge mixed-use project, which is basically taking a worthless piece of land and making it worth a lot of money. It doesn't give off any property tax right now. But once this entire village is completed, they say that it will produce $6 billion in tax revenue coming back to the city, the county, and the state over 30 years. And that's that's for a $1.15 billion investment by the city and the county. The state is also going to put in, because they're helping relocate Hillsborough College, where this land plot is right now across from Raymond James Stadium. So all the details, the Rays are paying 50% at minimum for the ballpark. They're paying for the operating expenses. They're paying for the maintenance of the building. These are all things that the previous group never would do or could do. Any cost overruns, there's no overruns for the city in terms of what they'll have to pay after the $1.15 billion, because the Rays are going to cover all those costs. They have all the answers, and it looks really, really good for the public. Now, the hard part here is the public's side of the money. Where is it going to come from? Now, the money is there because of the way they're going to set this up with special taxing districts, so that the property taxes that are produced from this plot of land, which, as again, they're getting nothing. It's cost them to run this college right now, are going to pay the city and the county back 3-4-fold, according to the projections. There's going to be a TIF tax, which will be similar to what they do at the Battery in Atlanta, where they charge you a little extra on your beverages or your food or tickets or whatever you spend in that area. That goes back to the city and county to repay their debt. In Atlanta, they became net positive at the Battery within 7 years, and now 23 years left on that. They're going to make a ton of money back on that TIF tax. And these are all ways to finance these new stadiums that are happening all over the nation. It's a much better way because it's kind of a user fee. If you don't go down there and spend money or go to the games, you're probably not, well, you're definitely not going to get hit with that part of the tax. There are some other tax revenues, a SITS tax, which is a community investment tax, where they could probably get about $200 million from that. There's a hotel bed tax money that also could give up to about $400 million. So there's revenue sources. It's just putting the whole package together and funding it at the times that they need the money. It's now really kind of in the bankers' hands to figure out how they can finance this whole thing. On paper, it looks great, but you still got to get the votes. Now, this is not going to be a public vote. It'll be a vote of the city commission and the county commission to bond these funds. And if, by the way I'm reading the politicians right now, it looks like it will pass both by narrow margins. So anything can happen, and the devil's in the details. But I would think the foundation is very solid to get this over the finish line, but there's still a lot of work to do.
JP, the way the new ownership group is handling this process, some of the things that we're hearing as well, how important is that, especially when you consider how disillusioned some officials and fans are by the years and years and years of problems with getting a raised stadium over the finish line before now?
Yeah, in fact, Ken, it's funny. The first thing that Ken talked about in his presentation was the stadium fatigue. He wanted to address that right off the bat. And it's because it's been literally 20 years of this. But as I've told you many times, it's not the fault of, I think there's a lot of false narratives out there that Hillsborough doesn't have any money and Pinellas has money, but it's a terrible location. Some of these things are true, except the part that Hillsborough doesn't have money. It's not that they're going to have to write a check for $1.15 billion, as I just detailed how this is going to get paid for. It's just this overall false narrative. And the problem has always been the past owner. And to your point, these guys have done everything differently. The past owner basically came in and said, how much are you going to give me up front? I just need a check. And it's like, no, we want to do a public-private partnership. He's like, yeah, I'm not interested in that. How much are you going to give me? These guys have done exactly the opposite way. They've like, what do you need? What's going to work for you? How can we make this deal work for everybody? How can this be a win-win for everybody? And everybody I've talked to, from the current mayor Castor in Tampa to the past and future mayor Bob Buckhorn to Ken Hagan, the county commission chair, have just said how refreshing these guys are work with. They trust them, which they didn't trust the other people. They're very highly connected with the governor, who is very much behind this project, has been down here 2 or 3 times now to boost this project. The commissioner of baseball is all in on this as well. You have so many people and high-ranking people. And then, of course, the ownership group, which is an all-star group of people who own mortgage companies, are developers, know baseball. It's an all-star cast of everything you need to make this work. That's why Major League Baseball chose this particular group. There were other groups with more money, frankly, but they wanted this group because they can get the stadium done. They're politically connected. So this group has been everything that the other group was not. And I don't. It's like going from a -10 to a +10. That's the difference between the approach of the two groups. And that's what's going to get it done ultimately.
Yeah, and hearing those economic impact numbers, I know, like you said, you have to take them with a grain of salt. But, especially when we keep hearing the comparisons to the Battery in Atlanta, and we know how successful that has been. There has to be a lot of excitement for a project like this in that area.
Oh, absolutely. And this is going to be basically twice the size of the Battery in terms of square footage and size in general. So the template is the same, but this is much bigger. This is going to be the biggest mixed-use project in Tampa Bay's history, maybe in Florida's history. I know there's one in Miami that Beckham's doing that's pretty big as well, but it's very similar. So, and the numbers, when you get the numbers this big, they can be a little staggering, but $55 billion in economic impact over the 30 years, $6 billion coming back to the taxpayers. And all of these numbers, I know you have to take them with a grain of salt, but if you apply them to the Battery, they're very doable. And in fact, I think they're conservative. I mean, I would be looking at doubling the numbers for the Battery. They're not doing that at all. So I think they're very conservative projections. But the bottom line is, if you can get your initial investment back as the city and county, which I think $1.15 billion over 30 years, they'll get that back 2 or 3-fold. They're saying, 5-fold. If they get it 2-fold, that's a big win, right? But get it back, and then you get to keep your baseball team, which of course the folks in Orlando would love to have. I mean, to me, I've said this many times, if any city in America, if this group came to them and said, hey, we're going to invest $8 to $10 billion into your city and build this incredible work, live, and play district with a $2.3 billion ballpark, and we're going to bring you a Major League Baseball team, and you have to give us $1.15 billion, which you're going to get back in special taxing districts. Are you in? Would Orlando go for that? I'm going to say yes. Jacksonville, hell yes. Raleigh, San Antonio, Nashville, anybody would line up for this deal. So again, with all what's on the table right now and what's available, I think it gets done.
We know you've been on top of this from the beginning, JP, with your reporting on this whole situation all throughout this process. What are you hearing? Are you optimistic that things get done here?
Yeah, I mean, there's some negativity in the press, mostly coming from the Tampa Bay Times, which is based in St. Pete, and they really wanted the stadium there. So there's a lot of provincialism in the media here, and so there's some negativity. But I think overall, it's hugely positive. The people that matter, the really people that matter, the people that I mentioned, the big hitters. That's what drives these type of deals, and that's what tells me it's going to get done in whatever form. I mean, if there's a little short, I think that the Rays will come up with more money. Fred Ridley, the chairman of Augusta National, I saw him at the meeting the other day, a longtime friend. He's part of the ownership group, and so if they need more money, he can go out to the first tee at Augusta and trip over about 8 to 10 billionaires. Say, hey, are you interested? I mean, the point is, and I'm joking about that. The point is, they're so well connected. There's more money if they need it to get this deal done. I just think the way it's set up right now, it's a very fair deal, a more than fair deal for the public. And you're bringing an asset and keeping an asset that I think is absolutely critical to, your way of life here in Tampa Bay. Ken Babbitt, the owner, said something the other day that I really agree with. He said, the great American cities all have Major League Baseball parks. And, just the nostalgia, the Americana of baseball, having the opportunity to take my kids to World Series games growing up, even though it was at the Trop. But that's, taking my son to games. It's a bonding moment that it's just a great part of growing up, and to have a Major League Baseball team. And now to be able to have owners that are actually going to keep star players like Junior Caminero and not ship them off because of this. And there's a baseball part to this, Garrett, is because of the revenue they're going to generate from this, which, like the Braves this year had record revenue from the Battery. They're going to put it back into the team. The Braves have a $260 million payroll. They're not that much bigger market than Tampa Bay. I think they're 8, we're 11. So the money that they make from the Battery, they're going to put back into the team. We've never had a payroll over $100 million. I think we will this year. But to get to a payroll where we should be up to 250, 260, what the Braves are doing, now you can really compete. Now you can keep your star players. Now fans can fall in love with Junior Caminero, knowing that he's going to be here for the rest of his career instead of knowing that they're going to ship him off as soon as he hits free agency. So it's a totally different dynamic on the field, off the field, and that's just because of great ownership. And these guys haven't proven that on a long-term basis yet, right? But from everything they've said, the people I know that are involved, I trust them. I know them. They're high integrity people. I think we're finally going to get it right. Tampa Bay has never done this right. Terrible stadium location, awful owners for 28 years. Finally, we're going to get a state-of-the-art stadium in a location, the middle of the market where it always should have been, and owners who actually care about Tampa Bay. That's something we've never done before. And all the struggles that we've had for stadiums and attendance all revolve around those issues that we've done poorly. And now it looks like we're finally going to get it right. And I think baseball will explode in Tampa Bay.
Well, a lot to look forward to. And before I let you go, I do want to just talk about a couple on-field things. You mentioned Junior Caminero. Sure. Even just what we've seen so far from him as the World Baseball Classic kind of just gets underway. Do you think he's poised for a bigger breakout this year?
I'm concerned that they didn't go out and get a big-time power hitter to go behind him and protect him, because what happens there is you don't see any good pitches because pitchers just pitch around you. And the other night in World Baseball Classic, he had 4 hits, and 3 of them were over. One was 110 off the bat, 112, 118, and the home run he hit was 107. I mean, this kid has the fastest bat in baseball. He is going to be a superstar. But if you don't have anybody hitting behind him, he may not see enough pitches and have the discipline to not swing at those bad pitches. So he's got all the talent in the world. It's up for the Rays to put him in a position to flourish. And I hope they do that. They have Jonathan Aranda hitting behind him, who's an all-star last year, but got injured. He's not a proven hitter in this league. He looks really, really good, but not proven longevity-wise. So we'll see. But I think this is a scrappy team. They're super fast. They're athletic. They don't have any power. They have very little power. Caminero is about the only power source they have. So they're going to have to scrap for runs. But if their pitching holds up, a lot of ifs here, right? If Shane McClanahan, who looked good in his first start, can come back to his Cy Young form, it could go. They need a lot of things to go right. They got to be healthy and they got to play cleaner baseball. But I think that mostly on the field, Garrett, this is kind of a build towards 29. They're going to get their young players getting ready to move into that new stadium. So when they get there, they can spend money in free agencies to make up the holes and have a super competitive team right off the bat when they get into that stadium. Not saying they're giving up on the next 3 years, but in baseball, sometimes you got to do a slow build with younger players. And I think this is their time to do that.
And you mentioned Shane McClanahan. How good was that to see him back on the mound the other day in spring training and doing well? And it's something that obviously meant a lot to him as well, we know.
Yeah, his father just passed in January, who he was very, very close to. And he hadn't been on the mound since, August of 23 in a competitive game. This is a guy that started the All-Star game. He was the best pitcher in baseball. And he's taken a little bit of a different approach. They want him to keep his effort to about 80%. Normally he would throw 100% on every pitch, every fastball. They want him to dial it back, and his 80% is 97 with a little bit more movement, so that's good. He looked really, really good. He's not going to be a 200-inning guy this year. They'll probably keep him to 4 or 5 innings per start. But it's great to see him back, and if he can return to form, that's a huge, huge plus for this team. I mean, like I said, he was the best pitcher in baseball at one time, and hopefully can be again.
JP Peterson, host of the JP Peterson Show, FanStream Sports. We appreciate you joining us today.
Anytime, Garrett. Thanks, buddy.
And as we go to break, give you another live look at Tampa on this Thursday afternoon. Keep it here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be right back here on Fox Local and YouTube.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you live to Tallahassee. This is the floor of the Florida House right now, where That is Representative Gant having the chance to ask some questions of Representative Juan Carlos Porras, who you see there, sponsor of HB 657. That is a bill that would allow neighborhoods to dissolve their HOA. We have talked about this bill with Representative Porras, who has joined us on the program before. Let's go ahead and listen in as the House, I think right now we're in questions, so they're asking some questions about the bill and its impacts before we head into a debate about this. So let's go ahead and listen in live from Tallahassee.
The language on lines 230 to 237, that updates the current statute so that there are clear mechanisms for what has to be done for governing documents to be changed. Is that correct?
Representative Porras, you're recognized. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that question. Actually, it addresses concerns dealing with Kaufman language. And for members, those of you who aren't aware, many HOAs and condos across the state have actually fought the same bills and laws that we've passed in this chamber. And because of a court case saying that because of the fact that these HOAs or condos did not have a specific phrase, which is as amenable from time to time, they essentially are saying that their HOAs supersede state law, which I think is not just irresponsible, but I think it's offensive to all the members of this body that we pass legislation and then we have HOAs saying that they're better than the policies that we provide. So this bill would actually make sure that all HOAs moving forward have that language and that every year each HOA has to take a vote to put that language into their bylaws.
Leader Soroy, apparently you have a riveting question. You're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Representative, could you provide an example of a HOA run amok that requires this legislation?
Representative Porras, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The biggest one I'd say is in my own district, Leader. I represent the Hammocks Association that has over 60,000 residents in one HOA. And in this body, the same week that I was sworn in, they were arrested for multiple charges of RICO, money laundering, racketeering, bribery, you name it. It got to the point where there were literal receipts under the floorboards of the clubhouse. To this day, there are tens of millions of dollars that have still not been recovered from my community. So if that's not a great example, I have more than a dozen more to give you, Leader.
Time for questions has unfortunately expired. Are there any amendments?
On the desk, Mr. Speaker.
Read the amendment.
Representative Bartleman offered the following amendment. Bar code 909233. Remove line 1504 and insert an amendment.
Bartleman, you're recognized to explain the amendment.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is very simple. What it does, it just says that when a board initiates this process, they have to notify the municipality in writing or via email to let that municipality know, that the municipality in which they live in, what's happening. And the reason for this amendment is because my district, 103, has probably over 10,000 homeowner associations. The city of Weston alone has 3,000. And the cities have agreements and contracts with those associations, so they should be made aware of this process. And that is the amendment.
Questions of the sponsor? Representative Sapp, you're recognized.
Is this amendment friendly to the sponsor?
Representative Bartleman, you're recognized.
Thank you. He has a smile on his face, so I'm thinking this is a friendly amendment.
Further questions? Do we have any amendments to the amendment?
None on the desk, Mr. Speaker.
Do we have any substitute amendments?
None on the desk, Mr.
We're
Speaker.
in debate. Representative Porras, you're recognized in debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a friendly amendment. Yes.
Further debate. Representative Bartleman, you're recognized to close.
Wave closed. Thank you, Representative Porras. I'm happy to support this bill.
All in favor of the adoption of the amendment, please signify by saying yay. Anyone opposed, no. Show the amendment has been adopted. Read the next amendment.
None on the desk, Mr. Speaker.
Show the bill rolled over for third reading. Representative Porras, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the rules be waived and CS for CS for CS for CS for House Bill 657 be read a third time and placed on final passage.
Representative Porras moves that the rules be waived and CS for CS for CS for CS for HB 657 be read a third time by title and placed on final passage. All in favor say yay. Opposed, no. Show the motion adopted. Read the bill a third time by title.
By Commerce Committee, Budget Committee, Civil Justice and Claims Subcommittee, Housing, Agriculture, and Tourism Subcommittee, and Representative Porras and others. CS House Bill 657, a bill to be entitled An Act Relating to Community Associations.
Are there any amendments?
None on the desk, Mr. Speaker.
Members, we're going into structured debate on CS for HB 657. Debate will be limited to 10 minutes per side and 10-minute increments. Total debate time not to exceed 20 minutes. Representative Dant, you're recognized to begin in debate, and the clerk will start the debate clock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back our time in totality.
Having yielded back that time, Leader Saroy, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We yield back our time in totality.
Okay. Representative Porras, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have said this once, and I'll say it many more times. HOAs are a failed experiment. We have allowed for too long in this chamber to have a lack of complete oversight over what I believe is the smallest yet most powerful form of government. I have spoken to over a dozen members in this chamber that have had similar complaints of rogue, corrupt HOAs running amok in our communities. And if our state agencies will not do anything, if law enforcement is not willing to cooperate, we have to be the entity to hold these members accountable. In one of the committees where I presented this bill, I had the honor of having the chair at that time say that this issue was to the T or almost as important or more than property taxes. And I think that is legitimately true. We have hundreds, if not thousands, of homeowners that have absolutely no recourse for unnecessary fines, for liens, for people that are losing their homes today, that I've sat with them and their families while they're losing their homes over a lack of accountability of something as simple as a homeowners association. This bill is just the first step in reaching that much needed transparency and accountability for over half of our state. And for the first time, people are going to have a real voice. If a supermajority of homeowners decide that they want to be governed differently, that they are sick and tired of what's going on in their HOA, they are now going to have the tools to completely rid themselves for once and for all of these corrupt institutions. I have worked with every single member in this body over this bill. As you can see, there's 4 CSs. There would probably be a 5th one if we had one on the floor as well. I'm going to continue to work on this legislation for as long as I sit as a member of this chamber. Know that HOAs are not going to be held unaccountable. I hope to have your support. Thank you so much, members.
Question now recurs on final passage of CS for HB 657. The clerk will unlock the machine and the members will proceed to vote. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? The clerk will lock the machine and announce the vote.
108 yeas, 2 nays, Mr. Speaker.
Show the bill passes. Read the next bill.
By Commerce.
The Florida House there voting overwhelmingly and bipartisan in a bipartisan fashion to approve that bill, HB 657, that would allow neighbors to dissolve an HOA. We will see what happens with this. I do not know the status of the similar bill in the Senate. It has looks like there's one that's similar but does not quite go as far as allowing HOAs to be dissolved. So we will see what may happen with this now that it heads to the Florida Senate. Meanwhile, the House discussing a number of other bills, moving on to some other business. There are still a couple of others that we are watching today, including a bill that would allow gold and silver coins to be used as legal tender in the state of Florida, and then another bill that would ban local governments from spending on DEI. This was some debate that we listened into before. I heard a news conference yesterday, and a bill that was considered in the Florida Senate yesterday as well. In fact, there was a lot of debate on that one yesterday in the other chamber. Right now, you also see a live look in Nassau County, where we are expecting to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis coming up around 1 o'clock. Right now, we are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. I want to take you to talk about another issue in Tallahassee, and Florida Democrats holding a news conference earlier today to express their concerns about a couple of bills that are being considered that look at making some potential changes to elections here in the state of Florida. One of them kind of closely parallels the Save America Act that includes some stricter voter ID requirements and citizenship, additional citizenship verification checks and things like that. So I want to play for you a little bit of that news conference where we heard from Florida Democratic Party Chair Nikki Fried, State Senator Chevron Jones, a couple of other organizations as well speaking in that news conference. But as you'll hear, Chair Fried opens with some remarks honoring the Winter Haven native who was killed in Iran. She also addresses the unfolding controversy about a group chat from a Young Republicans group in Miami. So this is Chair Fried speaking in that news conference just a little bit ago.
Before we get started today, I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge a couple of things. Here at FDP, we are saddened to learn of the death of Army Reserve Captain Cody Cork from Winter Haven, who was among the first casualties of the current war with Iran. Captain Cork was a decorated soldier who served on posts around the world, including Saudi Arabia, Cuba, and Poland. My thoughts and prayers are with his family, loved ones, and fellow soldiers. I heard that Captain Cork was always the life of the party, and it is my hope that in the months and years ahead, his memory will be a blessing and bring a smile to the faces of those who loved him and cared for him and called him a friend. The next issue is also disturbing news that came out of South Florida yesterday. Yesterday afternoon from the Florida Press, an outlet who bravely shared a leaked group chat filled with young leaders in the Florida Republican Party. The chat, whose name was filled with slurs and white supremacist references, including prominent young Republicans like Miami GOP Secretary Abel Alexander Cavaha, Daniel Gonzalez, membership director of the FIU College Republicans, and Ian Valdez, the FIU chapter president of Turning Point. Messages inside the chat include the use of N-words over 200 plus times, including descriptions of violence, anti-Semitic slurs. Reading words filled with extreme hate and rhetoric made me physically ill. However, just evidence of what we already know. You can tell everything you need to know about a group by the fruit that they bear. The next generation of young Republicans are rotten to the core. The language of these young leaders, and I do leaders in quotes, should not be taken lightly and should serve as a glaring flag of the direction our state and country are headed. Governor DeSantis, I have stood in front of cameras for years asking you to condemn Nazi, neo-Nazi, anti-Semitic rhetoric, and you to this day have refused to do so. And Florida GOP Chair Evan Power and RNC Chair Joe Gruters must denounce this behavior, and the Republican Party of Florida and Turning Point USA must immediately condemn these actions and remove these young men from their posts. This matters because it directly impacts our principles, our pipelines of leadership in the state of Florida. These young leaders today are the very track that produce the politicians and leaders of tomorrow. This kind of hateful rhetoric and rotten ideology will only take up more space in our public discourse and lead to legislation and policies that dehumanize and disenfranchise large swaths of our population, and it must end. But today, we are here to discuss a very dangerous bill that is coming to the floor of the Florida Senate for its final vote, SB 1334, or as we are calling it, the Voter Purge Act. This bill and its champion HB 991 has already passed in the House, which make our elections less accessible. These voter purge bills moving through the legislature could remove thousands of eligible U.S. citizens from the voter rolls and block others from registering, unless they can produce a passport, birth certificate, or citizenship paperwork. It is already illegal for non-citizens to vote, and the penalties are severe. I'm going to repeat that. It is already illegal for non-citizens to vote. But that's not what this bill is really about. This is about making it harder for Floridians to vote so that politicians aren't held accountable for the things that, like the affordability crisis. These bills would hurt the very Floridians who are already struggling the most with the skyrocketing costs of living in our state, our seniors, our young people, our women, working class Floridians. Many Floridians don't have a passport or their original birth certificate or the proof of name change when a woman got married. And getting replacements for these documents are expensive and time consuming. The last thing that hard-working Floridians need is another expense. And they certainly shouldn't have to add an added expense to exercise their right to vote as Americans. More than that, if passed as written, these bills would create an extreme burden on local supervisors of elections. It would be nearly impossible to implement by the proposed July 1st effective date. Vote by mail ballots go out on July 16th. Early vote starts August 8th. Election day is August 18th. The current wait time for passports is 6 weeks. And we know that this administration continues to become inefficient, firing people at all levels of government. And we know that this 6 weeks will only get larger and longer because people begin to have their summer travel plans. Attempting to implement these rule changes will cause confusion among voters and chaos for election officials. And that is their point. These bills are unnecessary, unaffordable, and block the right to the ballot box for U.S. citizens. So today I'm inviting you to listen to a fellow folks who all too know well what this means for voters. Our lawmakers, Senator Jeroen Jones and Representative Ashley Gant, Lori Plotnick, the president of the Florida Democrats Senior Caucus, and Maria Fernandez, a student at Florida State University. I hope their stories will broaden your understanding of what is at stake in this moment and how it can and will harm Floridians and prevent them from exercising their right to vote. Now I pass it on to my fellow fighter and chief, Senator Jeroen Jones.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for being here. And Chair, I'm going to start off just as you did, and because we are in an administration that has made it clear that anybody who's woke shouldn't be on our campuses. So anybody who's racist or anti-Semitic shouldn't be on our campuses either. So we should call for his expulsion from FIU. Because just the same way that they do not want wokeness on their campuses, we don't want individuals who are racist or anti-Semitic on our campuses anymore. And just in case anybody want to know what he said, and I'm going to say the whole word, he wants to cremate niggas in the oven. He said that stir fry niggas in a wok. He said report niggas to the IRS.
I do want to jump in here and apologize for this language here that we are hearing. I know he was quoting someone in some comments that were made, but I believe that that part of this is over here. But we'll go ahead and listen back in as these comments continue from State Senator Jeroen Jones, who is a Democrat from Miami Gardens. Speaking during this news conference about from the Florida Democrats group and expressing a number of concerns about several pieces of legislation.
More paperwork and more opportunities for eligible voters to be delayed, to be flagged, or pushed off the rolls. Supporters will say this is about election integrity, but Florida already has a strong election laws, just like the chair just said. And in 2020, Florida voters approved the constitutional amendment, making it clear that only U.S. citizens can vote in Florida elections. So the real question that I want to ask is, what problem is SB 1334 solving that current law already does not? Because when we look closely at this bill, the answer isn't clear election. I can tell you what they're doing. It's more hurdles. It's making it harder for individuals to vote. More documentation requirements. More cross-agency database matching, more opportunities for administrative mistakes to become voting problems. This bill expands processes that can flag voters and force them into eligibility disputes, and it changes voting procedures and equipment rules in ways that could slow down the voting process itself. Our election administrators are already under enormous pressure. I'll say this again. Our election administrators are already under enormous pressure. Pressures from the past laws that have been passed under this administration that they're trying to catch up on. And let's talk about what this looks like in the real world. A voter's name may not match their citizenship document because they got married, because they got divorced, or because of a simple clerical variation. Fixing that mismatch, it requires legal paperwork and it requires time. I look at somebody like my husband. I just got married. And so now he's scared because he doesn't know whether or not he's going to be able to vote. Why? Because he had to do a name change. So if you can't quickly access those documents, you're going to just miss deadlines. You can miss an election. I'll give you another example. A voter receives a notice about their registration, but never gets it in time because they moved, because their housing situation changed, or because of a mail address issue. And these are not hypotheticals we're talking about. This is real life things that are happening to Floridians. And under this bill, the consequence could be losing your voter registration without ever clearly understanding why. And that's not election integrity. That is absolute disenfranchisement by paperwork. It is also important to note that the fiscal impact of this bill is indeterminate and likely significant according to the bill analysis. And we still don't have key agency analysis from the Department of State or the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles, analysis that were requested months ago and could help us understand the real cost and necessity of this legislation. So we are being asked to pass a major piece of election overhaul without knowing how much it's going to cost, without knowing how agencies will implement it, and without clear evidence that the problem it claims to solve actually exists. 1334 is a solution in search of a problem, and the cost of that search will be paid by everyday Floridians, by local taxpayers, and by eligible voters who will face new hoops and new risks just to exercise a fundamental right. We can protect election integrity, but we should not build a system where paperwork errors and database mismatches become barriers to democracy. We should slow this down. We should demand real analysis, and we should ensure that the laws we pass protect both the integrity and the accessibility of our elections. And for those reasons, not only will I not be supporting this bill, but I'm going to fight like hell to ensure the voting rights of the people of the state of Florida are not just protected, but they feel that they are safe. And with that, I pass this to my good friend, my sister, and that is Representative Ashley Gant.
Thank you so much, Senator Jones. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Freed, for platforming this, right? So when we talk about voter suppression, we are talking about intentional acts to ensure that you chip away at the significant and consistent voter block. And I'm going to share a particular personal story. And that voter block that I'm talking about is older Black people, okay? The Black folks, the elders who have consistently been Democratic voters, who have consistently been participants in every election. It doesn't matter what the election is about. It could be about changing the name of the newspaper in the community. They are there and they are voting. So what I want to first start with is that we are not far beyond the impacts of Jim Crow, especially here in the South, okay? And we see legislation every day that harkens back to those times and that reinforces the thought processes, the separation, the xenophobia, and especially the racism of Jim Crow America. And I bring this up because there were numerous Black families who, by necessity, relied on midwives for births because there wasn't a Black hospital near them. And that is an instance that occurred in my family. My father's side of the family is from South Carolina, and my father is the baby of 10 kids. So all of my aunties and uncles were born prior to 1956 when he was born. One of my aunts, I learned that none of my aunts, 6 boys, 4 girls, none of them were issued a birth certificate in the state of South Carolina. And so my eldest aunt that is still living, she went to renew her ID last year, and she's been in Florida her entire adult life. She went to renew her driver's license last year and was denied because she could not produce a birth certificate. So this past year, and my aunt is also my constituent, okay? So imagine the constituent that has my number, okay? She has been calling me every day and texting me. And, I don't blame her because this has been a very frustrating and difficult process. So over the last year, we've been going back and forth with South Carolina Vital Statistics Bureau and providing them with documentation to show that this American citizen was born in America during Jim Crow and was not issued a birth certificate because she was born at home because the nearest Black hospital was not near enough for my grandmother to travel to give birth. And so that's not just particular to South Carolina. I've received dozens, if not more, well, more than dozens actually, of calls, text messages, social media messages of people who have family members in the same exact predicament. When the switch to real ID came, the Florida statute says 1950 and 1948 and before are exempt from providing a birth certificate. My aunt was born in 1950. Jim Crow did not just magically disappear in 1948, by the way. And so we are seeing over and over these cases where seniors are being disenfranchised. And when I told this story in committee and I told this story on the floor, I actually filed an amendment. One of the responses was, we're not there anymore. Absolutely, we are still there. We are still there. If the impacts of Jim Crow is being experienced right now, we are still there. And it's undeniable. And so that is something that we all need to be very in tune with. That is something that I am going to be directly working with the DMV with. That is something that I made aware to the Speaker of the House early on when it was occurring, or when I first became aware of it. This is something that we all have to be aware of. The alarms and the bells, we have to be screaming from the rooftop. There is no respectful way to respond to voter suppression like this. This is oppression. This is robbing people of the right to vote, a fundamental right here in the United States. And I refuse to be nice about it, because I have a saying that if I'm uncomfortable, we're all uncomfortable. So let's go ahead and get used to it, because this is an injustice that cannot be negotiated out of or have peaceful talks about. This needs to have immediate action. And so with that, I am going to introduce Lori Plotnick, who is the chair of the Florida Senior Democratic Caucus, to share her words. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you to all who have joined us today. The Republican Florida legislators should be ashamed of themselves for what they're doing, and I applaud our Democratic legislators for fighting the good fight. I've been voting longer than some of these lawmakers have been alive, and now they're telling me I might need new paperwork to cast my ballot. The voter purge bills moving through the Florida legislature could remove thousands of eligible United States citizens from voter rolls just in Florida and block others from registering. Unless, of course, as you heard our wonderful chair say, they can produce a passport, a birth certificate, or citizenship paperwork. It's already illegal for non-citizens to vote, and the penalties are severe, as our chair said twice. Seniors in Florida are a third of the electorate. This is clearly voter suppression. They don't want the largest bloc in Florida to vote. Now, many seniors don't have passports or no longer have passports if they're not going and on trips internationally. Some of us, as we just heard, were born at home or in small hospitals where records weren't always preserved. And if you're a married woman, of course, in many cases, your birth certificate likely doesn't match your legal name today. So here's where I have a personal story I'd like to share. I changed my surname twice. I was married twice. What does that mean in my case? Do I have to produce all of those marriage certificates and my birth certificate? Here's another personal part of my story. When my daughter was an adult, my husband adopted her. That beautiful act changed the last name on her birth certificate. The name on her birth certificate for the father was never a last name that she even used. She's a PhD. What does that mean? She cannot vote? Now, replacing all these documents costs money, and of course, it's very difficult for seniors to navigate bureaucracy. We are on fixed incomes, and any money costs are harmful for us. I heard that a passport is $165. Well, after a lifetime of paying taxes and serving our communities and showing up at the polls, we shouldn't have to prove ourselves all over again. If you are a U.S. citizen, your name belongs on that voter roll. And I will say that again. If you are a United States citizen, your name belongs on that voter roll. Voting is a right and not a privilege. And I humbly pass this along to our next speaker, Maria.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Maria. I'm a sophomore at Florida State University and the Director of Public Relations for the FSU Democrats. I was born in Chile and I was raised in Miami. As both a naturalized citizen and a student, I know exactly how harmful this bill is. I didn't earn my citizenship, take the oath, and register to vote just to have politicians question my right to participate in democracy. And I work on on-campus voter registration, so I see firsthand how hard this process already is. I cannot imagine what it would look like if SB 1334 becomes law. This bill could purge eligible U.S. citizens from voter rolls and block others from registering unless they can produce a passport, birth certificate, or citizenship paperwork. But it is already illegal for non-citizens to vote. This bill is not about protecting elections. It is about creating new barriers. When I naturalized, I changed my name. It was already difficult to enroll in FAFSA with name change paperwork. I cannot imagine how difficult it would be to vote. And students would also be hit immediately. I do not know a single student who keeps their birth certificate or passport with them on campus. Actually, I took to social media to ask my classmates. More than 90% of them said that they have no idea where these documents are. They're back at home, not in their dorms. Now we're supposed to track down original documents and pay fees just to stay registered in the first place, or register in the first place. If you are a U.S. citizen, your name belongs on that voter roll, period. Call your state senator and tell them to vote no on SB 1334. Thank you.
And I think we will take questions now.
Yep. I was going to say, we will open it up to questions. If you have questions, please state your name and your outlet, and you can just come off mute. Thank you.
And mindful that Senator Jones and Rep. Gant are on the floor today, so we're trying to get them back too. So if there's questions for either of our, I think Chevron had to get already back onto the floor, but obviously we've got Representative Gant still with us for a minute. I also want to add in here too, the government already checks U.S. citizenship. When you apply to register to vote, The government already has the databases. The supervisors of elections, the secretaries of state, the registry is already checked before you get that voter registration card. Now you're flipping the burden onto the voter. Instead of an individual government who has these documents and have already checked to make sure that you are a U.S. citizen before you receive your voter registration card. And it is already part of Florida law that you have to come with an ID. That is also something that we hear in the rhetoric. You already have to prove your ID when you go in and actually cast a ballot. So again, these are hoops intentionally to keep tens of thousands of U.S. citizens off the rolls and preventing them from exercising their constitutional right to hold their government accountable, cast their ballots for the people that they want to represent them in government. And that is why this bill is going through. Has nothing to do with election security, has everything to do with controlling the elections and controlling the results. As we've heard from federal officials that they only want the right people to be voting. This is the moment in America that we are at.
I can ask a quick question. It's Gary.
Thank you.
Just real quick. Have you had any conversations with Mark Ellis about this? Because he has already said online that he's prepared to sue over it.
There has been conversations in attorney-client privilege, but there is anticipation that there will be lawsuits filed when or if the governor signs this piece of legislation.
At a news conference earlier today, Florida Democrats speaking out against a couple of bills that they have concerns about. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Jeroen Jarrel here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. Let me give you a live look in Nassau County, where we're expecting to hear from Governor DeSantis here shortly. He's expected around 1 o'clock alongside the Commerce Secretary, Alex Kelly. We know the two of them held a news conference earlier this week where they were providing some infrastructure grants and that kind of thing. So unsure exactly what this news conference may be about, but it may be something similar to that. So we will see. A couple of other things that we're monitoring in this 1 o'clock hour that we're approaching, and that is House Republican leaders speaking about the war in Iran on Capitol Hill ahead of a House vote on war powers expected today. And then Austin police in that's Austin, Texas, will be releasing body camera video from the police response to the mass shooting that happened there earlier this week that investigators believe could have ties to terrorism. So we are keeping an eye out on that as well. But earlier today on Capitol Hill, there was a hearing of the U.S. House Armed Services Committee where they were having the chance to ask some questions of the Undersecretary of Defense from the Department of Defense. And one of the members of that committee is Congressman Carlos Jimenez, a Republican from South Florida. And I want to play for you his 5 minutes, where he had the chance to speak and ask some questions of that witness. All of this, obviously, amid the war going on in Iran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the National Defense Strategy, is there anywhere it says that that the United States can't use force against narco-terrorists that have been killing hundreds of thousands of people?
Congressman, I think to the contrary, it says that specifically.
I just want to make sure. Okay. And in the National Defense Strategies, it also say that the United States cannot use force against the leading state state sponsor of terrorism before they get a nuclear weapon. Does it say anywhere that we can't?
Again, sir, to the contrary.
Okay. Also, you know, my colleagues on the other side are really concerned about cost. So let's get down to cost. What's the value of an American life?
Priceless. I would say.
Well, how much money should we spend to save an American life?
I think.
How much money should we spend to save, let's say, 10,000 lives, 100,000 lives, 1 million lives? How much money? I mean, do you guys have that?
I don't know if we have that kind of actuarial. I suppose the insurers do, but I don't think of an answer. But I think obviously everything has a price.
Yeah, because
morally
they're very concerned about the cost of certain strikes on narco-terrorists that were transporting poison into the United States and killing lives. I guess there must be some kind of metric here that, you know, how much is that worth? Okay, so do you have that at all?
I mean, I think we can get a sense of the cost. One thing that's important to bear in mind on the question of cost is, as the President has pointed out, those forces are going to be active somewhere. And I think what we're saying is we're not going to solve every problem with to hammer everything as a nail. That's not the issue here. We are prepared to use all elements of American national power to address the threat of, that's killing hundreds of thousands of Americans.
But every once in a while, you do have to use that hammer.
Exactly.
You try not to use the hammer,
right.
But every once in a while,
but you're prepared to, and that's part of the peace through strength mantra of the
president. And the cost of such a thing in order to save American lives, I don't think that's part of the equation, because the number one job of this government, and any government actually, is to protect its citizens.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely, we got to be, and that's putting regular Americans' interests first, and their protection, their security is what this strategy is all about, and what the president's agenda is all about.
You know, that being said, I want to move on to something else. By the way, I agree with a lot of my colleagues that we are not strong enough with Russia against Ukraine. I'm a big supporter of Ukraine, and in order to stop our adversary, especially our number two adversary in his tracks, I think we need to help Ukraine more. And deny Russia what it wanted to do, because you want to deny aggression. And if they somehow gain by this act of aggression, then you're just incentivizing further aggression. And so by helping Ukraine, you're actually showing peace through strength.
Well, sir, if I could address that, I mean, under the president's leadership, we are helping Ukraine. I was trying to lay it out a little bit. We've set up this Pearl initiative, and the Europeans are stepping up, and we're seeing that. When I was in the UDCG last month, we saw very vividly European leadership on providing air defense capabilities. And that's, so in a sense, the model is actually working, and that will contribute not only towards peace, but to a lasting...
But we should be unambiguous in who we back and who the bad guy is. We should be unambiguous in that, because I know who the bad guy is, all right? And we should say that very clearly. Shifting over, the National Defense Strategy places renewed emphasis on defending the homeland and strengthening security within the Western Hemisphere, which I fully support, because for far too long, we have been, our focus has been elsewhere. And this is our backyard, you know, this is our home, okay, the Western Hemisphere. Given the growing military and intelligence presence of China and Russia in the region, what steps is the department taking to counter the malign influence and security threats emanating from authoritarian regimes such as the regime in Cuba, and frankly, the regime that's still in Venezuela.
Some of it I can't get into, sorry, sir, in this setting, but I think we are taking proactive action using all elements of national power to diminish adversary influence and involvement in the hemisphere. On the issue of Cuba, I'll obviously defer to the State Department or the White House, but I think we recognize clearly the danger and the menace posed by the government in Havana.
Well, I also think that the government that's still in Venezuela, it's the interim dictator, now the interim president, continues to pose a threat to the United States. No matter how they are cooperating with us now, they're just waiting us out. Thank you, and I yield back.
Congressman Carlos Jimenez earlier today on Capitol Hill. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Want to let you know we are monitoring a couple of things. There are several things at this hour, including, and I'm trying to get our feed for this because I'm keeping an eye on this update out of Austin, Texas, where hold on, two-factor authentication, have to log in here, where we are expecting the release of body camera video in connection with the mass shooting that happened at a bar there that investigators have said they believe could have ties to terrorism. We're expecting the body camera video to be released in this 1 o'clock hour at a news conference that looks like it may be about to be beginning. So that's why I am kind of keeping an eye on that feed right now. We are also waiting for Governor Ron DeSantis, who is going to be holding a news conference in Nassau County here shortly. And so those are just a couple of the things. One of the other things that we're watching right now is awaiting the leadership of the House, the U.S. House Republicans, who are going to be speaking about the upcoming vote on war powers when it comes to Iran. So I've got this feed now for the Austin Police news conference. It does not look like they have started just yet. I'm trying to monitor that because it looks like it's about to begin any minute now. So let me route that in here and see if we can pull that up and maybe listen in to kind of see where things stand while we are waiting for that update from the governor and also from lawmakers on Capitol Hill. It may just be waiting for folks to get ready here, but again, we're expecting body camera footage to be released of this this response to this shooting that happened. The suspect is you've likely seen the surveillance images showing that gunman wearing a shirt that said "Property of Allah," and we continue to track this story that happened on 6th Street in the it's an entertainment district in Austin, Texas, and a deadly shooting where 3 people were killed, 14 others were wounded. It happened early Sunday morning, and again, investigators and authorities have said that there could be ties to terrorism with this. So at this news conference that we expect to begin any minute now, supposed to see some body camera video that shows the police response. We do know that police ended up shooting and killing that gunman, and so that will be part of what this video we expect will show us, or at least the response to that. To that end, anytime that we are seeing body camera video, we do want to warn you that viewer discretion is, of course, advised with that, and so that obviously a caveat, just because we don't know exactly what we are going to be seeing with that. So it does look like this may still be a couple of minutes away. So what I'm trying now to get you is the House Republicans who are speaking right now on Capitol Hill. If I can track down this feed for that, I'm not sure why it's not coming up just yet either. So while we are waiting on that, I'm going to have to do a lot more button pushing than I can do while I'm talking right here. So we're going to go to a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. We thought this news conference in Austin was getting underway. It appears that we may still be, well, it looks like here come the leaders of the police department coming in. We're anticipating release of body camera video from the police response to that mass shooting that officials have said likely has ties to terrorism. Let's go ahead and listen in as this briefing gets underway.
At 700 West 6th Street. APD officers, along with the Austin Travis County Emergency Medical Services, arrived on the scene within 57 seconds, located multiple victims who were shot, and immediately began rendering first aid. Putting a map up now of the location. The investigation revealed that a black Cadillac SUV was traveling southbound on Rio Grande Street when it pulled alongside Buford's, and the driver of this vehicle began shooting a semi-automatic handgun into the crowd of people that were standing outside of the bar. Several individuals were struck. The vehicle then continued westbound on West 6th and parked near the intersection of West 6th Street and Wood. The suspect then exited the vehicle armed with an AR-15 rifle. The suspect fired at a pedestrian, striking them, then walked back toward the bar. As additional officers arrived, they were directed by the suspect's location by brave people that were caught in this nightmare, and they worked to move bystanders to safety and establish a secure perimeter. At 2:03, 3 officers located the suspect near the intersection of West 6th and West Avenue. The suspect discharged his firearm at the direction of the officers. The 3 officers discharged their firearms, striking him multiple times. Officers approached the suspect, took him into custody, requested medical assistance. The suspect was later pronounced deceased at the scene. Our suspect is a 53-year-old male. The Austin Police Department has had no contacts with this suspect. His only interaction with law enforcement was in 2022, and that was a check welfare in an outside agency. This call was referenced his mental health. As this investigation has progressed, APD has learned of additional victims. APD is now aware of a total of 19 people that have been struck by gunfire. 3 people, including the suspect, were pronounced deceased at the scene. The 2 deceased victims on scene were identified as a loving daughter and a friend, Savitha Sean, 21 years of age, and a loving son and friend, Ryder Harrington, 19 years of age. These are 2 people that were dearly loved throughout this community, and that is quite clear. Both young individuals with bright futures ahead of them. On Monday, March 2nd, one of the victims, identified as a loving son and friend, George Pedersen, 30 years of age, was pronounced deceased, and he had just moved to Austin 2 weeks prior. At this time, 2 victims remain at local hospitals, with 1 in critical condition. Before we begin showing the material, I want to acknowledge the complexity and the gravity of this scene. This viewing material that you're about to see is difficult to hear, it's difficult to see. We didn't do this for the shock value. This is about being as transparent as we can, and believe me, we had to look through video that was appropriate to release to all of you. But it was important, again, to understand the events that led up to this officer-involved shooting. Any video showing the suspect firing his pistol into the crowd is too graphic to show, and we will not share that publicly. We will begin by listening to 2 911 calls, and as you can imagine, we received numerous calls, 911 calls, which were hard to listen to. And these are the 2 that we're going to be sharing today.
Hello, this is Austin 911. Can you please try your EMS? No, go that way. Hello? I know, there's nothing you can do. Go behind them. Hello, this is Austin 911. Try to help. Hello, this is Austin 911. No, go and get down over there. It's not safe. No, go. Hello? You need to go that way and get there. Hello, this is Austin 911. There's been a shooting at Coopers on 6th Street. There are people dead over here. There have been multiple people shot. We need help right now.
This is our second call.
Hi, Buford on 6th Street, there was gunfire. The cops are here, but everybody... Is anybody with you, Sean? Yeah, nobody shot within me, but I heard like 6 gunshots from inside. Everybody ducked down the bottom floor. It sounded like it was from the... we're just right outside. We're hiding between cars. Okay. We're behind you, bro. We didn't run. You heard gunshots from inside? Yeah, just cops running towards it. Just more would help out. There were 6 gunshots, and there was 3 more on the street beside Buford, towards the right, looking south. There was 3 more. I think those are the cops fighting against it. There's also more sirens coming in. Yes, we have a lot of help on the way, okay? Stay in a safe place. I need to go answer another 911 call, okay? Go for it. Thank you. We're fine. We're between cars. But answer another call, please. Yeah, stay in safe, okay? We're all safe. All right. We're all safe. Thank you.
We're now going to listen to radio traffic.
That the shooter vehicle is going to be a Chevy Tahoe. They are saying somebody was shot. George 301 going 23. Units hold the air. They were 6 or 7 gunshots. We have to direct your travel suspect. Checking.
George 301, see a black Chevy Tahoe. DR403. I do have 1 victim. Looks like she possibly shot it. We're right here on the side street. Male. You gotta pull it through. Also be advised, we probably have about 6 or 8 people that are active been shot.
We're going 23 with the medics at the clear. Bring them in.
George 301 is trying to be a CYOA.
CYOA.
That's an officer needs assistance.
We're calling as many officers we can get. We have a lot of people running out. We need to make this a crime scene as soon as we can.
Clear citywide ONA has been started.
Unknown on where the suspect went. All we have is a white SUV.
George 505, I'll be in command.
RTS 1 is 23.
George 79, I'm in command. RTS 2, I have command. We're inside here. First, we have at least 1 victim. Patient contact.
Responding units, we need you guys to clear 6th Street. EMS to have a route of ingress. George 505, AXP is going to be 6 in Rio. Rank 302 to responding units. I cannot stress this enough. You guys need to keep 6th Street clear. Shut it down if you have to. I'm George. Just let y'all know, you pretty much got the city coming to you. Do you want them to stage at the main and dispatch from there? What do you guys need?
79, there are additional shots being fired. There are additional shots being fired.
302, that was to the west. Those shots are on the on West Avenue. 302, they're saying you said AR-15 to the left. On
6th Street.
Shots fired, 1 down. 6 on West House. Left move. Night flicker. Night come over. Move to now, on the street, and left.
Now we're going to listen to, or we're going to look at video, and this first video is from a parked vehicle that picked this video up. You can see our suspect come into frame. He has the AR in his hand. And this is a pedestrian that was walking by. Second video is our halo surveillance. That is our high activity location observation. And this is throughout downtown, at least that 6th Street area. We were able to capture this. And the red circle there is going to be, this is after he parked the vehicle and as he's walking eastbound on 6th Street toward the officers. This is what that's going to show. Is that it for that one, Rudy? Interact here. Okay. The next video will be body-worn camera from Officer 1.
There was more gunshots.
Hey, I'm with you. I'm with you. Down! Everybody down! 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 Where is he? Where?
Next video is from Officer 2's body-worn camera. This was an officer that was on West Street.
Where is it? Where is it? Over there. He's on 6th Street. Where is it? Where is it? Push up! Shots fired! The suspect is down! Stop moving! Stop moving! Stop! Move! Don't move! I'm on the suspect! Move here now! I'm on the 6th and west!
This concludes the materials that we're going to be showing you today. I want to again recognize the bravery of our officers. You saw that firsthand as they ran into danger to stop this. It is quite clear that they saved multiple lives. And also to the people, the brave people that were around, giving direction on where this guy was. It was everybody was looking to identify him and to stop this threat. So I want to thank, again, the officers that engaged him, the officers that responded, that started putting tourniquets and rendering first aid immediately to victims. As you can see, this was a chaotic scene that was overwhelming for many, and it's overwhelming to watch it. You know, I walk into our PIO office and people are in tears and they're listening to these things, and it is hard and it's challenging. This devastation just doesn't affect the community, and my goodness, I don't think any of us can imagine what these families are going through right now, the suffering that they are dealing with, but our hearts are with them. I want to thank the mayor. Thank you for your leadership and city management team, just fantastic, giving us all the resources that we need. Again, this is an investigation that is continuing, still working with our FBI partners. I also want to thank DA Garza for publicly exonerating and publicly acknowledging the heroism of our officers. I want to thank him. And then I want to also make sure that our community is aware of our victim services. We have a fantastic victim service here in APD. We have 52 counselors. We're very fortunate here, but anyone who is having any trauma or any issues or questions about this can call them at 512-974-5037. Also, if anyone has evidence that they would like to send, I know a lot of people captured video and audio. This QR code, if they want to hit that, they can send and upload that information, and that will go to a detective. And again, if you see, the amazing thing is when we look at all of these 911 calls, it's about calling as soon as possible. Anyone who sees something, hears something, please call 911 immediately. Thank you all for coming.
Okay, we'll take 3 questions.
I had a question right here. So I've heard that one of the victims was outside of Buford's waiting for an Uber.
That's right.
Can you tell us generally, without compromising the investigation, where the victims were?
Yeah, I think it is important. These were not all people that were inside the bar. This is, 6th Street is a what's great about 6th Street is you have the entertainment areas, and I'm talking from east to west, you have the entertainment, but people come to walk along 6th Street. That's it, and there's restaurants, all of those things. A lot of the people were struck outside of the bar. And one thing about Buford's, which is something that we all appreciate, is a nice patio, and so that's what they have on the side there. And so these were some people that were outside, that were in that back patio, but the majority of the people that were shot were outside that bar.
Can you say more about the welfare check? Did law enforcement consider taking away his firearms after that 2022?
I believe this is 2022. It may have been out of New York that check welfare was there. I think, I don't know that they had enough to do a commitment for him. I think what I'm hearing is they gave him resources to call, that type of thing. So I don't think the check welfare led to any commitment from there.
Do you know anything about his mental state?
I do not.
Chief, can you probably give us an update on anything investigators have found about a potential link to terrorism as a motive here?
I think, again, this investigation is, we're working in tandem with our FBI partners, and certainly as we look at different indicators, we conducted 2 search warrants, and all of those are being, gone through, and you talk about the digital evidence and all the things that we have to do. We are not ready to talk about exactly what that nexus is. But again, from that early on, the scene, calling in the FBI was the right thing to do. And you talk about a scene of that gravity and then the potential for terrorism, that had to be investigated, and it is.
We'll take one more question.
You talked about how the way you staffed the 6th Street area led to you guys being able to react quickly. Now that you've seen this success in a horrific situation that had, are you thinking about staffing any other areas of the city differently to make sure that you're able to have a similar response? Or are you already doing that?
Yeah, I think when we look at, and again, Halo being that area where there's so much concentration, and as Austinites, that 6th Street area is that entertainment area, and we get thousands of visitors there on the weekend. And so, believe me, as new chief, when I came here, I thought, my gosh, look at the amount of overtime and the resources that we spend on 6th Street. But this is why. I mean, we have to be prepared, and anytime that you're having a very dense crowd and people are out, we need to be prepared to go, and not just for police, but for medical purposes, all of those. And so this is just, again, to look at the cast, the strike team that we have in conjunction with fire and EMS. That's what responded to these scenes as well, is being able to get there quickly to address these situations. So they will remain, and as we move forward, any crowds that we have, we are a department, again, that practices best practices throughout the country, and people look to us to what we do. Having that group every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they're in this room. They have these cameras up on 6th Street. All of this, they're being looked at. So it is something that we do for very large events, so we're ready and we're prepared to go.
Thank y'all.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Austin police giving an update on the suspected terror attack and mass shooting there that killed 3 and injured 14. We saw the body camera video showing the chaos of that scene, the brave police response to it as well. We heard the 911 calls and saw some of the other video as well that showed that gunman in the moments leading up to that shooting and his death at the hand of officers. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. I want to get you to Yulee in Nassau County, where Governor Ron DeSantis holding a news conference right now, announcing some infrastructure grants, $9 million in grants that he's awarding today from the Job Growth Grant Fund. Let's go ahead and listen in as he speaks. That news conference still going on. We did go back a few minutes so that you didn't miss the beginning, but let's go ahead and listen in to the governor.
I do just want to say very briefly, we lost a very good Florida resident yesterday, Coach Lou Holtz. And although he was not a coach in any of our state universities, he lived here for decades. He was down in Lake Nona, and I think he's the only coach to bring 6 teams to bowl games, different things. That'll never be broken. But he was just a really, really good man. And so, you look about the footballness, that's great. But he was very faithful servant of God, very, very faithful man. Very caring man, and I learned, so we became friends over the years. Like, he supported me in these endeavors, and I remember we're at an event down in Lake Nona, and it's all these supporters, Lou and me, and Lou goes up and speaks, and then introduces me. Well, you don't want to speak after Lou. He was one of the best speakers, probably the best speaker I've ever heard in person, and so I learned a very valuable lesson. So anytime I was ever at events with him, I would just say, make sure I go before him. I don't want to have to follow that. But he's in a better place now, and we send the best to his and his family. But he lived a very full, productive, and admirable life. So God bless Lou Holtz. We're also making progress. I was here up in Nassau announcing that we're going to do, now obviously we need the feds to approve, but we want to do for the Atlantic coast what we do in the Gulf and let people get the red snapper. We have massive season in the Gulf since we've been able to manage it at the state level. And I remember when I did the first big expansion, they were moaning, oh, you can take all the fish, they're going to be gone. The population is healthier than ever, okay? This is what it was meant to do. So you're going there, people are loving it. They plan vacations around this because we did so many key dates. And I think we did, 130 some days where the Atlantic was 1 or 2 days typically is what they've been doing. The feds have been allowing. It's pathetic. So we did the thing. We got positive response from NOAA. We've got to work through this. But I fully anticipate we're going to be successful in that. And so, yes, I'm going to do the awards today, but I definitely want to make sure I come back to be able to announce the expanded Atlantic red snapper season, which I know a lot of people here will appreciate very much, and we're going to keep working on that. We also have next week TPC. It's a big event up here in Northeast Florida. Honestly, Nassau's got some great, people love Amelia and going to Fernandina. It's a great place, to live, but also to visit. Very, very nice. But they'll be down in Ponte Vedra Beach for that. It's one of the biggest events we do in the state of Florida, really all year, every year. We got the Daytona 500. We did the national championship game. We do other things, but that's really one, and I know a lot of people have a lot of fun on that. We used to live kind of in that neighborhood, and I'd go out there a lot. 17, I never had a problem with, right? It's just, if you can just hit a pitching wedge or a 9-iron, it's about a 140-yard shot, whatever. It's bigger than it looks on TV, I will tell you. But what people don't appreciate, I don't know how many times I played 18. I don't think I ever birdied it once, and usually bigger numbers. That is a very difficult hole. So when you're watching that, to me, I think 18 is one of the tougher holes, out there. Okay, so we're here to be able to announce some new awards that's going to continue to move the ball forward on economic development and on job and workforce development. I said a thing when I came in as governor. We said we're going to be #1 in workforce education by 2030. This was 2019. We were in the bottom half of states, and I did that. Well, one, the goal was great, but I wanted to focus on workforce because, a lot of these colleges, look, our universities do fine in Florida, and we have the #1 rated state university system, lowest tuition in state, all this great stuff. We're proud of that. But, you look around the country, a lot of these colleges, they're charging an arm and a leg, and they're producing squat, worthless degrees that some of these kids have been getting for decades now, debt accumulating. And it's like, look, if that's what you really want to do, I mean, if that's something that you just would not want to do, workforce, okay, we're not going to force anyone to do it, but we want people to know there's other pathways where you can be successful and really seriously successful with some of the things that we're doing at our high schools, our state colleges, all these different things. A lot of these skills are very much in demand, and so we said we want to emphasize that and just send the message that you're not any less because you're going there rather than doing a traditional 4-year brick and ivy. Especially with some of the mush. If you get the mush degree, you end up in jobs you get out of high school anyways. And so we've been able to put more and more folks in apprenticeships. We've been able to expand a lot of these programs, and we're really clicking on all cylinders there, such that we said we wanted to be #1 by 2030, but we were able to say we did it in 2025, 5 years early, #1 in Florida, #1 in the country. And we're going to keep going with that, and you're going to continue to see more and more. Part of it too is just it used to be like, if you go back to like the 40s and 50s, like the average person, like they could fix cars, they could fix air conditioning as that was becoming more and more mainstream or whatever. But kind of in the younger generation, those skills have really evaporated. So if you have those skills, in Florida now, you're going to always be hired to fix people's air conditioning. Like you can start your own company and make a lot of money fixing people's air conditioning. There's a whole host of things you can do with electrical. There's a whole host of things you can do. We do these aviation maintenance programs in high schools. They go to work for SpaceX after this. So these are great opportunities, and not just to be able to be employed and gainfully employed and not have to go into debt, but also it does lead to opportunities to be an entrepreneur, to start your own business, and to be able to do very, very well. And I've seen that just in the time we've been here. I've seen young people do that, and I know that's been happening. So we're excited for doing that. We also have been very supportive of helping to build the necessary infrastructure so that we can expand our economic base, particularly with industry and manufacturing. And we've added, Alex? We've added 30, 40, 50,000 manufacturing jobs since I've been governor. That's not happening in many other states right now, unfortunately. So we were able to do that. And I think we have a potential to do a lot more. The education plays into it, because if people are being trained in those skills, then businesses know they're going to have a pipeline of folks. And so Florida makes a lot of sense to be able to do that. But we've done a whole host of things all across the state of Florida, to create some really great footprints that's attracted companies and that's been able to produce jobs. And, it's interesting because people talk about, get this company to move here or not. Well, look, not every company coming here is necessarily, if a San Francisco tech company is just going to bring all their employees and not hire anybody here, then they vote like they're in San Francisco, and why do we want that? But like sometimes just drive the cost of living up. What companies that are coming, they want to be able to hire people. I think the people that have come into Florida, by and large, have wanted to hire people in our communities, and I think that's something that's really, really significant. You grow up in different parts of the state. We want people to be able to pursue their dreams, but you don't want people to be forced to leave where they grew up because there's just not opportunity there. We want to make sure there's a lot of opportunity. So our role, we don't run these businesses as the government, as state government, but to create the necessary infrastructure so that these things can come to fruition, whether it's the airports that we've done so much on, whether it's industrial parks, whether it's roads, whether it's all these different things, we've been there and we've done it. And so that brings us here to today's announcement. So I have various funds where people can apply. It's usually like the locals will apply. They get evaluated, and I don't even evaluate it. It's done by Alex and his team, and then they provide a list of options to be able to select, and then we select the ones that we think are going to have the most impact. A lot of times the locals are matching what we're doing or contributing. Sometimes there's even private money. There's a whole bunch of different things, and then we're able to do these awards. And I have the Job Growth Grant Fund, which we'll talk about today. We have Rural Infrastructure Fund. We've got a lot of different ways where we've made an impact on Florida communities. And on these grants, we've done them all over the state. We've done them in Miami. We've done them in Tampa. But rural usually is better because the money goes farther. And honestly, the people really appreciate it when you do rural. You go down to some of these other places, it doesn't even register sometimes. But when you go and help, expand the capabilities of some rural, that makes a big difference. And so I wouldn't say that we are biased in favor of rural, but when I'm looking at these, I just know how much farther the money can go and how much more significant that will be than if I did it in an area that's already got, a lot of money flowing down there for various other reasons. And so we're here today to be able to announce more awards. So we've got 2 awards that we're going to be doing. The first one is $6.25 million to Nassau County to construct a roadway network to establish an industrial and commercial site. This site will be located near the US 301 and Interstate 10 interchange along US 90 and the Florida Gulf and Atlantic Railroad main line with connection in Baldwin and in Pensacola. The new site will be an ideal hub for businesses across multiple sectors, including manufacturing, transportation, and logistics, and is expected to create 1,250 direct jobs at the Nassau County site. So that's going to be something that's going to be big. We're also awarding $3 million to Bradford County School District to construct and develop a new commercial driver's license training facility within the county. The program will be offered through North Florida Technical College to mirror the CDL program currently offered at nearby Camp Blanding. The investment will allow the existing CDL program to double student enrollment with a new total of up to 60 students per year. If you think about it, these truck drivers are aging out. It was a big generation of them. You got to have other people coming in. The logistics is very important. We're a big logistics state with all this stuff coming into Jacksport, all these other places. You need it. But then you also have, Florida and the Trump administration have tried to crack down on these states issuing these licenses to people that can't even speak English. I mean, how ridiculous is it that you're doing this and you can't even read the street signs? And so, we need to make sure that our people are engaged in this. Those are going to be the people that are going to be the most productive and obviously going to know what's going on around it. We had a guy driving, couldn't speak English, and he did an illegal U-turn with a big rig, and I think he killed 3 people on the roadway. And I'm just thinking to myself, it's like you look at the signs, you should obey those especially if you're in that situation like that. So we've worked really hard for years now to expand our CDL capability in Florida. And I think, we were doing maybe like a few hundred or maybe 1,000 a year. Now we're many thousand a year that are being produced in the state of Florida. And those are really good jobs. If you're qualified and you're entry level driving the big trucks, Walmart, you're over $100,000 right off the bat. So you have an opportunity. Not easy jobs. It's a lot easier if you have a Buc-ee's to stop at than some of these, not as good gas stations. And you'd be able to get that, but it's not an easy job. And so you have the ability to get compensated well. So we want to make those opportunities for them. And I think what they're doing in Bradford, I think is going to pay a lot of dividends. And so we've awarded almost $330 million since 2019 through our Job Growth Grant Fund. It's facilitated the creation of 43,000 jobs, and it's also created an additional 33,000 slots for various workforce education opportunities, including but not limited commercial driver's license. And this CDL training and the development of the new job creation hub at the interchange, this is going to really improve our shipping and logistics capability. It will attract jobs. A lot of these companies now, they're getting pushed out of some of these other states. And so, it used to be governors would go begging people to come. I just answer, oh yeah, you want to come? Okay, fine. Whatever, how many jobs, whatever, where you got to go. So we have a lot of momentum going, but I definitely think areas, like North Florida, have a tremendous opportunity to be able to capitalize on this. And so we've had a lot of folks that have been working with us on these. North Florida Technical College, Nassau County Economic Development Board, Florida Trucking, Bradford County, of course, Nassau County, Jax USA. So we really appreciate everybody being involved. And as part of this award, we will also amend the North Florida Rural Area of Opportunity to include Nassau County, so that expands the region to 15 counties in North Florida. All right, so I'm going to do the checks. So let's see. First check, we've got...
As they get ready for the check presentation, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We do have breaking news here right now, as Fox News is reporting that President Trump has fired Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. This comes after the past couple of days where she'd been testifying on Capitol Hill. We had seen some reporting in the past 24 hours or so that President Trump was not necessarily happy with some of her answers, including one answer that he said yesterday. In fact, I believe we were listening it live at the time here on Fox 35 News Plus, that the president had knowledge of and approved some sort of contract or some sort of purchase. Let me give you the tweet that we are seeing right now from Bill Malugin with Fox News. President Trump announcing DHS Secretary Kristi Noem being replaced by Senator Markwayne Mullin, a Republican from Oklahoma, effective March 31st. So that's breaking news this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back to Nassau County. We just heard from Commerce Secretary Alex Kelly, Governor Ron DeSantis speaking, introducing a couple of other speakers as he hands out these infrastructure grants in Nassau County.
And the opportunities it brings to our community. I want to sincerely thank you, Governor. Your support of this program, recognizing the importance of public infrastructure, workforce development in our region. The Board of County Commissioners approved the grant application for $6.25 million and to construct that 4-lane highway you discussed earlier down at the 301 interchange. This project represents a strong partnership between public and private sectors Thank you, Mr. Avery Roberts, for being part of that partnership. It has the potential to transform our local economy. The site is expected to accommodate 6.3 million square feet of industrial and commercial space, creating over 2,300 jobs, 1,200 in the next 10 years. That's big for Nassau County. These opportunities will support targeted industries, as he discussed, logistics, trade, manufacturing, and meaningful career paths for our residents. Beyond the roadway, the project includes signalization and intersection improvements at US 90, establishing infrastructure needed for safe and efficient access, long-term growth. We're proud to take this step forward, build a stronger, more prosperous Nassau County. We're grateful to you, Governor, thank you, sir, for your continued support in these initiatives that bring real jobs, investment, and opportunity to our community. Thank you, sir, so much.
Well, we're excited about being able to help deliver these opportunities. I mean, I know you guys have a lot of potential. You've done a great job, but there's a lot more to do. So this will be part of it. And you know, it's just a great part of the state. There's a lot of potential here. So we'll keep being there. You know, we've got more that we'll be doing, you know, throughout the rest of the year to really you know, bring it full circle. So congratulations. I'm happy to take some questions. We got anyone? Yes.
So, Action News Jax, I want to know if you have a position on the Blue Ribbon Project bill. There are major concerns it could result in massive developments popping up in St. John's with little to no local input.
I don't know the particulars of it. You know, I think that by and large, you know, local governments have a role in, you know, fashioning the type of communities that are developing, especially in areas that have had big population growth. Now, sometimes they do things that I think, you know, need some intervention. Like, you know, we had to intervene because they weren't letting people rebuild their homes after the hurricanes to what they had in the Gulf Coast of Florida. And I'm just thinking to myself, if your home's damaged and you build it back to where it was, you have a right to do that. You should not be told that you can't do it. And so, you know, so there are those instances. And so I have to see, you know, whatever comes across my desk, you know, we'll look at if something passes, but it's not something that's not one of my bills that I'm pushing. Yes.
I don't know how to say it. The Outlaw Dam, the dam that blocks that river there, they're talking about taking it out. How do you feel about that?
Well, you know, they put money in last year that would have, you know, caused this problem with the Rodman Dam. You know, a lot of people like the Rodman Dam. You know, I used to represent Putnam County. I remember they would take me there and show me, like, the Rodman Dam. So I'm just thinking, like, you know, to just kind of pull the rug out of that because it's an important thing for the community, you know, is there ways that you can, you know, help the river without just doing it in kind of like a rash way. So that was why I vetoed the line item appropriation, because I thought it was going to, you know, lead to something where they weren't going to necessarily have input into what happens going forward. And I don't know, you know, there's history about why that was built or whatever, but, you know, people are in that, they're fishing, they're doing all this stuff. And so it's become something that has been important to a lot of those folks in Putnam County. Now, I know there's other people who don't necessarily care about that, who have other interests and want to see other things. And I'm not saying that they're misguided and from their perspective, but I know, just having been involved with Putnam, that it's something that's been meaningful, and that's why I took the action that I did. Yes.
Not particularly local, but I wanted to give you
Governor Ron DeSantis speaking in a news conference earlier today. And just to follow up on the breaking news we brought you just a moment ago, Donald Trump, the president of the United States, posting this on Truth Social, saying, I'm going to read this to you, and then I'll scroll down a little bit as well. So just bear with me here. I'm pleased to announce that the highly respected United States Senator from the great state of Oklahoma, Markwayne Mullin, will become the United States Secretary of Homeland Security effective March 31st, 2026. The current Secretary, Kristi Noem, who has served us well and has had numerous and spectacular results, especially on the border, will be moving to be Special Envoy for the Shield of the Americas, our new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere we're announcing on Saturday in Doral. I thank Kristi for her service at Homeland. He then goes on to talk about Markwayne Mullin, saying serving 10 years in the United States House of Representatives and 3 in the Senate. Markwayne has done a tremendous job representing the wonderful people of Oklahoma. where I won all 77 out of 77 counties in 2016, 2020, and 2024. Calling him a MAGA warrior, former undefeated professional MMA fighter, Markwayne truly gets along well with people and knows the wisdom and courage required to advance our America First agenda. As the only Native American in the Senate, Markwayne is a fantastic advocate for our incredible tribal communities. Markwayne will work tirelessly to keep our border secure, stop migrant crime, murderers, and other criminals from illegally entering our country, end the scourge of illegal drugs, and make America safe again. Markwayne will make a spectacular Secretary of Homeland Security. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and that the Truth Social post signed President Donald J. Trump. Again, here's some video from this week as Secretary Noem testified on Capitol Hill in front of a Senate committee and in front of a House committee. And then, as we discussed just a few minutes ago, really in the last 24 hours or so, there had been a lot of reporting that this was something that was being considered by the president. And then just earlier today, sounded like something that may have been set in motion. And then the president, let me look at the timestamp here, 1:41 p.m. when President Trump posted that on Truth Social, announcing that Markwayne Mullin, who we saw earlier in one of the hearings on Capitol Hill today, going to take that spot effective March 31st. What we don't know exactly what that new role entails for Kristi Noem. As you heard, it sounds like the president is going to announce that new security initiative on Saturday in Doral in South Florida. And so we will learn more about that in the coming days. Speaking of Doral, we know Secretary Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, was there earlier today for a conference about countering drug cartels. He was there at Southcom, Southern Command, where that conference was held, and then was heading to Tampa, where he is spending this afternoon at CENTCOM, Central Command, and at 4:30 is expected to give an update with the CENTCOM commander about Operation Epic Fury. That's the ongoing war, the ongoing drone strikes going on in Iran. So we expect an update coming up from MacDill Air Force Base coming up in just a little bit. So those are just some of the things that we are tracking. Been a busy news day here so far. We're getting ready for 2 o'clock. That's Florida Live time when we welcome in our TV audience as well. Let me let you know a couple of the other things that we are keeping an eye on and awaiting. This is the city of Naples, the fire department there, Fire Station 1. You can see some of the officials and the firefighters at that station. We're expecting to hear from State CFO Blaise Ngolia, who is also the state fire marshal. Going to be holding a news conference there in just a little bit. We know in recent weeks he has gone to different fire departments, expressed his support for the work they do as first responders, providing some grant funding for equipment and some other things. Also talking about some safety legislation and procedures that they are championing. So we'll be watching out for that. The CFO coming up in just a little bit. Let me look at my schedule here, make sure I'm not missing anything else in that 2 o'clock hour. We are also continuing to watch Tallahassee. This is a live look at the floor of the Florida State House today, where they've been discussing a number of different bills today, including a bill that we saw them pass just a little bit ago that would allow neighbors to dissolve their homeowners associations. What we also know, what we haven't gotten to yet, was some of the sound that we heard yesterday from House Speaker Danny Perez, essentially saying they're not expecting a budget to be done on time, which all indications were kind of already pointing in that direction. But now hearing the House Speaker kind of acknowledge that reality that the House and the Senate pretty far apart on those numbers, and so a lot of work to still be done in hashing out those negotiations. Well, we hope you keep it right here on Fox 35 News Plus, Fox Local, and on YouTube. When we start at the top of the hour, I want to play for you an interesting answer from Governor DeSantis, who in the question and answer just a few minutes ago was asked about Iran, spoke about the Winter Haven native who was killed in a retaliatory drone strike in Kuwait, and then also talking about his stance about the military action that the Trump administration is taking. So we'll have that in just a couple of minutes as we begin Florida Live and welcome in our TV audience as well. So keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube. We will be right back in just a minute. And as we go to break here, let me give you a live look at Daytona Beach. Keep it right here. We'll be right back.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you and welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. If you're just joining us, we are tracking breaking news this afternoon. President Trump announcing the firing of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. He announced that on Truth Social just a few minutes ago. Let me go ahead and get you caught up here at what the president just said just a few minutes ago on Truth Social, saying, "I'm pleased to announce that the highly respected United States Senator from the great state of Oklahoma, Markwayne Mullin, will become the United States Secretary of Homeland Security effective March 31st, 2026. The current Secretary, Kristi Noem, who has served us well and has had numerous and spectacular results, especially on the border, will be moving to be Special Envoy for the Shield of the Americas, our new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere we're announcing on Saturday in Doral, Florida. I thank Kristi for her service at Homeland. Serving 10 years in the United States House of Representatives and 3 in the Senate, Markwayne has done a tremendous job representing the wonderful people of Oklahoma, where I won all 77 out of 77 counties in 2016, 2020, and 2024. Saying a MAGA warrior, former undefeated professional MMA fighter, Markwayne truly gets along well with people and knows the wisdom and courage required to advance our America First agenda. As the only Native American in the Senate, Markwayne is a fantastic advocate for our incredible tribal communities. Markwayne will work tirelessly to keep our border secure, stop migrant crime, murderers, and other criminals from illegally entering our country, end the scourge of illegal drugs, and make America safe again. Markwayne will make a spectacular secretary of Homeland Security, signing off the post on Truth Social. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And it is signed President Donald J. Trump. So that is the breaking news this afternoon. If you have been with us on Fox 35 News Plus the past couple of days, Secretary Kristi Noem has been on Capitol Hill. This is a video from this week when she testified in front of committees on the House side and the Senate side during oversight hearings for the Department of Homeland Security, which, as you likely know, is currently shut down because of a funding lapse. That is something that Democrats did not want to do, a full extension of funding for DHS as backlash to what happened in Minnesota and those shootings there involving DHS agents, ICE, and Border Patrol. Secretary Noem had come under fire for some of her answers in front of those lawmakers yesterday afternoon. We had seen some reporting in the past 24 hours or so that the president may have been considering this step of firing Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. That is certainly not how it was framed on the Truth Social post, but we had seen reporting about that in the past 24 hours, with things really kind of starting to seem to ramp up today ahead of that announcement just a little bit ago. So that is the breaking news. We've got crews staked out outside the Capitol right now as the Senate prepares to vote on a DHS funding bill. So that is what is happening on the floor of the U.S. Senate. Let me see if I can give you a live look at the U.S. Senate floor and the stakeout cam that we also have, waiting to see if anyone may be coming by and reacting to this news on Capitol Hill. Hold on, I've got the wrong thing routed there. There is the Senate. So again, the Senate getting ready to vote on a DHS funding bill, and it looks like now we are listening to Kristi Noem, who is speaking live right now. So let's go ahead and get you to her remarks as she speaks right after this breaking news of her firing. Let's go ahead and listen in.
We also cover FEMA. FEMA is a disaster response agency, but it also is the agency that's entrusted to run the government on our very worst day. If we had a tragedy in this country where we needed someone to step up because our leadership was not able to, that agency would be entrusted to do that and to maintain our critical infrastructure. So they ensure that they go forward and maintain our electrical grid and our critical infrastructure such as water and systems that we rely on every day to help the American people be safe and to still have their way of life. We also have CISA, which some of you may have worked with them, which is our cybersecurity agency, which goes out and not only hunts down bad actors that would attack us on our cyber systems, but also gives us mitigation measures for how we can harden our systems. All of these entities work together to serve the American people and to make sure that we're prepared for any threats that we may face, but also respond to them in a way that honors what our ideals are. The sacred duty of our government truly is that people are entrusted to secure the rights also of all the American people. You know, the Declaration of Independence states that governments derive their powers from the consent of the governed, which is the people. The people give us the right to do our jobs each and every day. And as long as this world is fractured and as long as human nature is fallen, we will need brave men and women who step up and serve and enforce our rights and our laws and our values. And that's what all of you do in this room with your colleagues. The heroism was on full display this last week when we saw the attack in Austin, Texas, and we saw that the first responders that helped protected people and more lives there were our law enforcement that responded immediately. Instead of running away, they ran to it. And though we lost 3 lives and saw many other people injured, they prevented so many other lives from being lost. We're very grateful that they are willing to do that and to serve in such a way. In fact, it reminded me of the quote that is often attributed to George Orwell that states, "People sleep peacefully in their beds at night only because rough men stand ready to do violence on their behalfs," which means you step up in order to protect people, and you do it in a way that other people often are never going to be required to. When tragedies like what we saw in Austin take place, it's your leadership and it's your decision making that make all the difference. You use judgment, and people entrust you with their lives. You're on the front lines of leadership, and you have the responsibility of guiding and also shaping the next generation. So we thank you for that, and we thank you for what you do. I know that I've met many of you in the room. I've had the chance to visit with you. I appreciate your wisdom and your advice as we continue to develop trainings and insight into how leadership can work together to make good decisions and to break down the silos between agencies so that we can work together more different, in better ways than we have in the past. And you know we're seeing challenges across the country from judges and courts that are working to stop some of our efforts, that are looking to take away some of the protections that you need in law to do your work. And then also we're seeing some challenges from sanctuary states and sanctuary cities. In fact, after I get done sharing a few more words, I want to hear your questions on ways that we can help you do your jobs. If you're in a situation where the laws may be a little different than it is in other states, or you may have unique challenges that perhaps we could work together on to find ways to help you bring criminals to justice and to protect your community from public safety threats. America is the greatest country in the world, and it's the greatest country in the world that has great cities and great communities. Regardless of where people live, we need to make sure that they have an opportunity to go to work every day safely and to send their kids to school safely every day. Sanctuary cities do give us a challenge because it makes it difficult at times for law enforcement to do their work. And we see that many times when a city cooperates with the federal government, cooperates with our federal officers, that it is safer. In fact, 7 of our top 10 safest countries in the nation are not sanctuary cities. They're cities where the local law enforcement partners with us. They partner with our federal agencies, with the FBI, DEA, ATF, CBP, ICE, and our operations. And we've also seen across the country where 5 of our 10 most crime-ridden cities do not cooperate with us, where those that are not cooperative with federal officers will see challenges on their streets. We've seen a lot of different situations from city to city. The one thing I would encourage you that no matter how frustrated you may be with some of that we can find a way to work together to do some good work for our people. In fact, even in Memphis, where we saw different leadership, we had different parties in the governorship and in the mayor, we still were able to arrest and bring to justice over 2,600 criminals, and in a way that significantly dropped their crime rate and significantly helped those communities continue to take those public safety threats off the streets. We got over 150 different illegal sex offenders off of the street. We saw one of those arrests included a criminal illegal alien from Venezuela that was convicted of aggravated criminal assault and abuse of a child. I'm thankful that that individual is no longer on the streets because of the cooperation of those local law enforcement. We have agreements across the country called 287G agreements. I'm sure you're familiar with them, but there is 3 different models that are available. One is a jail model that helps us with some detention. The other is a warrant service officer model that is extremely helpful for us to make sure that we can take jurisdiction or of an individual who's a criminal in the safety of an environment of a courthouse or a jail, and they can be turned over to ICE so that we have the ability to return them back home. And the other model would be in the task force model, which I hope many of you have the opportunity to cooperate with us in. Worst of the worst, those targeted operations that go after violent offenders and criminal offenders, and that we can bring them to justice and get them out of your city and your state. We've seen that program go from before President Trump was in office to only 135 of those agreements across the country signed, to now we have over 1,400 of them in place. And it's been very beneficial to make sure that we've removed over 400,000 criminal offenders out of this country. We've seen 3 million people leave our country that were here illegally, but over 750,000 of them were arrested and detained and removed. We'd much rather prefer that they volunteer to go home and that it can be a volunteer situation, but if not, if people are here illegally and committing crimes, we want to make sure we're able to detain them and get them out of your communities before we create more victims in the United States. I'm grateful for the work that you do because it's made a difference across this country. This last year, we've seen our murder rate in the United States of America drop to the lowest level since it's ever been recorded. And we've recorded our murder rate across the country for 125 years, and this year we broke the record for the lowest murder rate in the country, and that's because of the work of individuals in this room and the individuals that we've been able to partner with. We've also taken 1.7 billion lethal doses of drugs off our streets and stopped them from coming into the United States. That means 1.7
Secretary Kristi Noem, who is not going to be the secretary much longer, speaking at this event in Nashville, giving keynote remarks at the Sergeant Benevolent Association Major Cities Conference there. You saw just a moment ago, we also showed you Senator Markwayne Mullin, who was walking through the halls of the Capitol, and the Fox News crew trying to get him to speak, and he said he'll be back. He may be headed toward the Senate floor. We're continuing to watch that and obviously continuing to track this breaking news situation over the past 20 minutes or so as President Trump announces the firing of Kristi Noem as Homeland Security Secretary, going to be replaced by Senator Markwayne Mullin from Oklahoma. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, showing you the steps outside the U.S. Capitol, where just a moment ago, while we were in break there, we saw Senator Markwayne Mullin walking, being chased by a swarm of reporters trying to get comment from him in the moments after President Trump announcing that he has fired Secretary Noem and is going to replace him with Markwayne Mullin, the senator from Oklahoma. This camera you see here, I caught that, but did not get the audio. He was too far away. So hopefully we'll get a feed of that here shortly. Meanwhile, I can give you a live look at the U.S. Senate floor, where the Senate is preparing to vote on funding for DHS, something that has led to a partial government shutdown. Meanwhile, in Nashville, the former secretary or current secretary whose time is running out in that office, Kristi Noem, is speaking in front of a group in Nashville. Let's go ahead and listen in as she speaks.
Okay, let me visit with him about it. That'd be great. Well, we're talking about doing some other tax benefits for other, so that may be something we could wrap into that conversation. Great idea. Perfect. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam Secretary. My name is Chris Callaghan. I'm the Vice President of San Francisco Police Officers Association. First of all, I just want to say thank you for recognizing major cities and all of our police unions here across the nation. It means a great deal for you to be here today, so thank you for that. My question, local officers have increasingly been on the front lines of Homeland Security, yet we are still funded and staffed like a city responsibility, not a national one. How will DHS ensure local agencies aren't carrying federal priorities on local budgets and with local staffing?
So you maybe have some challenges in San Francisco just because of your state laws and local laws that may, although you've got a mayor that works with us very well.
That's great.
He probably doesn't want me to talk about it a lot, actually,
Please do.
but he has been cooperative, and we have great conversations and talk quite often. And many times in doing law enforcement in your city, if the federal task force is coming in, you know, it's more preferable for the FBI to lead and the Department of Homeland Security to come in supportive roles, which is what we've done, and that works very well in your city. Thank you for your focus there, too. I think the city is seeing some dramatic improvements under this leadership. When you talk about funding, we have tied a lot of our funding that we have for enforcement this year and prioritized over $1.5 billion towards 287G agreements. So we've reimbursed departments that have an agreement, or a county or a sheriff, with funding them on overtime or on benefits, some of the other things that we can do. We've also, on the jail model, obviously reimbursed per beds. If you don't have the opportunity to participate in 287G, I think your best options for funding alternatives would be through some grants that we have at the department. We have specific grants towards terrorism grants that you can do, some security grants, and there's hazard mitigation grants that are in Homeland Security, safety grants through FEMA that would be available. So maybe what I'll do is I will forward those grant opportunities to all of you so that you can share them with your departments and have that opportunity. We also have some grants specifically targeted towards special operations. So if you've got some special operations that fit into that category, we could get you some funding that way.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Yes. Hi, Craig. Yes.
One police officer and one sergeant called Border Patrol for assistance, and then after that happened, he tried to fire them for asking Border Patrol to come assist them.
Oh, shoot.
Most recently, they just suspended both officers for 30 days without pay.
The Border Patrol?
No, Detroit
those
police.
officers in Detroit.
Yeah, Detroit
Okay.
police. So the one incident was the female of the house called because the husband was trying to break into the house. When the officers got there, he had a bad passport and a bad Social Security card. So they called Border Patrol for assistance. They ended up taking him to jail because he had a warrant outside the city of Detroit. The second one was, it was a traffic stop. The fingerprint reader wasn't working, so they called for them to bring theirs over there, and the person had a warrant also. So both officers got suspended without pay for 30 days.
So did the officers that did the arresting, was that the Detroit officers that did it, or did the Border Patrol?
Border Patrol ended up arresting them because one had an out the city warrant, and the other one had other information that
okay. That's one of the things that I think a lot of citizens don't necessarily know, is that CBP and ICE are law enforcement officers and do enforce other crimes that have been committed. But if we can be advocates for those law enforcement officers, we certainly will. And maybe we could come up with some kind of an agreement that would allow those officers to still be able to call on Border Patrol for backup and assistance when they need it. I hate to put them in a situation where now the officers in Detroit, when they need help and need assistance, that they can't call on Border Patrol when they might be the closest asset. So maybe I'll get some contact information from you and see what we can do to work out an agreement with Detroit on being able to call on Border Patrol with some guidance on how those interactions will work.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Secretary. My name is Don Famuina, and I represent the State of Hawaii Organization of Police Officers. First of all, I would like to extend our sincerest aloha and mahalo for all that you and your administration are doing. Given Hawaii's status as a major international gateway, how is DHS balancing the current administration's strict zero-tolerance border policies with the unique reality of Hawaii's isolated geography and its dependence on international tourism?
Yeah, you do have some unique situations for us, and I hope that we've worked well with you. We have a presence in Hawaii, where you wouldn't necessarily see a large ICE presence doing immigration enforcement. More of what we are pursuing in Hawaii would be through our TSA officials, and then also we have CBP there, of course, because of all the travel back and forth and individuals. CBP is the largest law enforcement agency that we have, one of the largest in the country, and it does all traveler information internationally, and so I'm sure that you're interacting with them quite often. So we don't, as far as targeted operations, you may see a presence in Hawaii if we know specific individuals there. And we are tracking and have signed security agreements with other countries. I think since I've been Homeland Security Secretary, we've signed 27 different security agreements with other countries to share information with us. If they have a dangerous individual that they think maybe has traveled into the United States, we will share those databases with each other. They share theirs with us so that we know when some of these individuals are coming into the country. And that may be, I'd say, the vast majority of the interactions you'll see in Hawaii. If you've got some suggestions for us or experience, I'd sure love to hear it.
We'll definitely do that. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Yes, sir.
Hi. My name is Jeff Wader. I'm the proud president of the Rochester Police Locust Club, located between Buffalo and Syracuse. And just a shameless plug, go Bills.
Yeah, that's right. Good.
So I used to have, my T of O is 728 officers.
Okay.
I'm currently down to 594. And I had two more come in the other day that they're retiring. And we have a very, very difficult time retaining our members, but also hiring. And I know this is a issue throughout the country, especially in larger communities. My question to you is the federal government and or the Trump administration, are they able to provide bonuses for retention and bonuses for hiring incentives to start building back our staff?
I don't know if we do for local and state law enforcement agencies. We have been doing that at our federal level with our departments, CBP and ICE. We have done that. We also, I put in the budget request a 10% increase for all of our federal officers. I wasn't granted that, but we're going to get there hopefully in this next budget round. I will look to see what latitude we have to do that. We'd have to do it in a way of grants with restrictions that it could only be plugged into salaries and bonuses. I think, you tell me, we've done a lot of hiring bonuses. And for me, it is just as important to do retention bonuses. I think it must be extremely discouraging for officers who've served for years to see other individuals hired with a huge hiring bonus while they've been showing up and been dependable and been doing the work day after day and not see that. So it's one of those things that we're working on in our department as well.
Thank you. And just a side note to that is that we're seeing things now where officers will buy 3 years worth of military time and they do 17 years and they walk out the door at 20.
That's
so they're not even doing their full 20 anymore. They just want to get out.
That's
so
right.
Whatever we can do to help retain them and
hang on to them. Did you lose most of your people through retirements and early retirements like that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Since 2020, we had our riots and our protests. Our projection right now is by 2030, 54% of my membership will be eligible to retire.
Okay.
And they're projecting that we'll be down to 500 officers at that point.
See, and that's our challenge at the federal level, too. We've got Secret Service is under my department, and we see that, though, through other federal agencies, that we've got the next 2 or 3 years a high number of retirements coming our way. We've done huge recruitment drives, and we've hired a lot of new officers, but we also need to hang on to them and make sure we're taking care of the ones that are with us. All right, let me look at that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hey. Good afternoon, Madam Secretary. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to answer our questions. My name is John Crystal. I'm a captain with the Newark Police Department and the president of the Newark Police.
Kristi Noem taking questions from police officers at this Major Cities Conference that is going on right now in Nashville. She has made no reference to what we know, the announcement in the past 45 minutes from President Trump that Kristi Noem has been replaced as Homeland Security Secretary. We're continuing to monitor this, listening to her remarks, seeing some remarks as well in response from other lawmakers who are speaking outside the Capitol. So we're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but right now, we're going to take a break on Florida Live. Sorry, I'm continuing to keep an eye on these feeds outside the Capitol. We will go ahead and take a break, and we'll be right back after this. Welcome back in on Florida Live. Continuing to track the breaking news, President Trump announcing the firing of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, who is on stage right now speaking live at the Major Cities Conference, an organization, or a conference for an organization of police officers that is going on right now in Nashville. I want to play for you, though, just moments ago, as we heard from Markwayne Mullin, the senator from Oklahoma who has been announced as Noem's replacement. This is what he told reporters, including Fox's Bill Malugin, on the steps of the Capitol just moments ago.
Secretary? No, the president, I still got to communicate, so we'll talk about it moving forward. But I appreciate it, guys. Yeah, the president and I have already talked. Obviously, the statement went out, but we need to talk with the president, and we're going to get on the same page and do what we need to do.
Do you want to
DHS?
When did you
make changes at DHS?
When did you find out, sir?
A little bit before you guys did.
Do you want the job?
Any changes?
Senator, did you expect this?
Let me, guys, I'll talk to y'all before. Let me go.
Do you want the job, Senator?
So that was just moments ago as Markwayne Mullin walked back inside the Capitol. We'll stay tuned to see if we see him on the Senate floor. Also stay tuned for more remarks from him. Meanwhile, I do want to go ahead and listen back in as Secretary Noem speaks live right now in Nashville at this Major Cities Conference. The Homeland Security Secretary, who has learned her days in that office are numbered, although she has not made any reference to that or said anything about that. But we are also monitoring and getting some reaction from other lawmakers as well. Let's go ahead and listen in to Secretary Noem as she speaks live right now in Nashville.
Tunnels that are almost like pipelines where they're not even large enough to shoot people through, but they are enough to get drugs through. So we have all kinds of new challenges, and that's why President Trump is undertaking going after the cartels by addressing it from the Western Hemisphere. He will have a big agreement that I'll be there with him on Saturday with the Department of War and the Department of State on how we're going to go after cartels and drug trafficking in the entire Western Hemisphere. So this challenge, we've realized, is big. We've always known that, but if we're really going to address it, we have to look outside of our borders to kill off the cartels before they continue to build up more and more strength and keep killing our Americans. But you guys have done what, I think everybody in the room wants to grow up and be Memphis for what you did. But I would say that the work that happened, just so everybody knows, what happened in Memphis was their mayor was willing to work with us, who is a Democrat, was willing to partner with the federal government, and the resources and dollars that went in were not just from the Department of Homeland Security. The Department of War contributed, the Department of Justice contributed. It was incredible to see different agencies in the federal government go and show up and cover the costs of having that operation and make sure that people there could see a difference and they could see hope again. And people almost need to see it and feel it. That's what happened in D.C. when we did the D.C. operation. Is it took a few weeks for people to realize and feel the difference of what it was like to be in a city where you could walk down the street again, where you could go have dinner again. You didn't have to worry about your car being carjacked if you wanted to go out for dinner that night. And once people feel that, it's almost like they get to feel freedom again, and that's what Memphis is providing to them. So we need to figure out a way to tell your story to other cities and show them that it can be an opportunity to restore their way of life again.
Absolutely.
Thank you for your leadership. You
Yes,
bet.
ma'am. Thank you.
Anybody else? Yes, sir. You bet.
You mentioned the obvious, which is sanctuary cities are most often the most progress and problematic, but the obvious difficulties and implications of having the sanctuary city laws and the states not supporting the feds and things like that. What are some of the vehicles that you guys can use or will use to try to, I don't want to say get around that, but work with the conditions that you guys are under to still be effective as federal law enforcement in those sanctuary city areas?
Well, if it's a sanctuary city, we have an opportunity to form partnerships then with sheriffs. And do that in a state. Many times sheriffs are elected officials and they're accountable for what their crime numbers are in their counties, and they're very close to the people. So we find a lot of progress working with sheriffs and in those situations. If it's an entire sanctuary state, most of those sheriffs and police departments are concerned about liability issues and the laws that may be on the books. I would say that for all of you, though, to know that a sanctuary state looks very different from state to state. The laws may be completely different. So if you are interested, if you are a sanctuary state or city, I need to come sit with you or have someone from our team come sit with you, really go through with my attorneys your state laws and see how we could still work together and not have you live in fear of being punished or being held criminally liable for not abiding by those sanctuary laws. We can challenge them, and the federal government and Department of Justice is going to be challenging sanctuary states and laws. In fact, today in the House Judiciary Committee, they're marking up a bill in Congress that would ban sanctuary cities and states, that would use the Supremacy Clause. So So if we could, it will pass out of committee, I think, and pass out of the House. We're hopeful the Senate would take that up, but it's a constitutional compliant piece of legislation that would fundamentally change the way that we do public safety across the country. So if that can happen in the meantime, we figure out how we can work together to do notification of individuals that may be released or individuals that we could partner with you to get them out of your community. You bet. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. This is going to sound a little bit like a sales pitch, but it's not, I assure you. I work for a company called Vertex. We already have a very nice contract with Homeland Security, so this doesn't count.
Good.
I bring a unique perspective. I don't have a question for you. I have a comment. Okay. I live just outside the city of Portland. I work on our federal team, so I work with your agents all over the country. HSI, ICE, Secret Service. I see them being treated like garbage in various places, up to and including with extreme violence. The perspective I bring is this: I have not worked with a better group of people, more professional, humble, quiet professionals. They're amazing.
All right, want to go ahead and get you. I believe this was just moments ago, but Senator Markwayne Mullin. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Statement went out.
Okay, thank you.
Speaking very briefly there, as reporters had the chance to catch up with him in the hallway of the Capitol. So we are still awaiting some more remarks, maybe something a little bit longer and more substantive. Very similar kind of responses as we saw him on the steps there, and then also in the hallway as he reacts to his replacement being announced, his replacing of Secretary Kristi Noem. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live. We still have more to get to in this the rest of this hour, so keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35. Live look at the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. on what has turned into a very busy breaking news day here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35. Thanks for watching Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and we appreciate you joining us. We are continuing to track the breaking news. President Trump firing Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, replacing her with Senator Markwayne Mullin from Oklahoma. Secretary Noem wrapping up her remarks in Nashville, where she was speaking at a major cities conference, it was called, for a police organization, and took some questions from police officers and others in the audience there. Made no reference that we heard to her firing and being replaced. We did hear briefly from Senator Mullin in the halls of the Capitol, and also walking up the steps there, hoping to hear more from him soon. Meanwhile, reaction pouring in on social media from members of Congress. We have not seen, and I've been scouring through, I have not seen any response or reaction from senators from Florida or members of Congress from Florida, but we're continuing to refresh social feeds and look for that. We are seeing, I do want to highlight at least one notable post here. This is from Senator Thom Tillis, who's a Republican from North Carolina, who criticized Secretary Noem in one of those oversight hearings earlier this week, and called her out for the shooting of the dog that you may remember was included in a memoir. A little bit of a story there that was included. And so this post from Senator Thom Tillis saying Senator Markwayne Mullin is a great guy and a great choice to lead DHS, restore competence, and refocus efforts on quickly distributing disaster aid, keeping the border secure, and targeting violent illegal immigrants for deportation. Another big positive, he likes dogs. So that the post from Senator Thom Tillis among a growing list of reactions. Many Democrats saying that this was overdue, should have been done sooner. One statement I'm looking at right now says good riddance. So we are continuing to look for reaction from our members of Congress and here in Florida. We did just hear a few minutes ago from Senator Adam Schiff, a Democrat from California, who spoke briefly with reporters right outside the Capitol.
So look, I think it's positive news that Kristi Noem is being essentially fired. She should have been fired a long time ago. It is telling and at the same time distressing that what seems to have gotten her fired was her PR campaign, because she acknowledged that the president was aware and supportive of this PR campaign, this $220 million boondoggle, this waste of taxpayer resources that largely promoted Kristi Noem. That was a sweetheart contract given to the husband of one of her staff, also someone who did her PR back in South Dakota. That was a horrible waste of taxpayer resources. But this was what ended up apparently, reportedly, getting her fired when her leadership at the agency resulted in Americans getting killed in Minneapolis and elsewhere, and the kind of chaos we've seen throughout the country says a lot about the priorities and the concerns of this administration. But look, I'm glad she's going, and soon, I hope, gone, and pray that there's a new chapter for DHS, but I will believe it when I see it.
Senator, do you some Democrats have said perhaps this could help with the DHS negotiations. What do you think?
I don't know. It couldn't hurt, but I suspect that the White House is really running the DHS negotiations. They're going to call the shots when it comes to what kind of reforms they're going to support. So I don't see it immediately changing the dynamic, but look, I think it's an unmitigated positive to see her leave the administration. There really has been almost no accountability for any of the overwhelming malfeasance in the administration. So finally, there is at least some accountability.
Senator, are you a yes on Markwayne Mullin? And do you think there's anything you can do or should be doing if he gets another?
I'm going to reserve judgment on Senator Mullin. We'll hear what he has to say. I start out with a great deal of skepticism, to be candid, that he or anyone else is prepared to change the policies of that department, because I think the policies of the department are coming from the president, and the president is okay with chaos in our streets. We're not seeing chaos around the world. He is very much the chaos president. That is his leadership style, for lack of a better description. So I don't know whether a new secretary is going to change that, but I will wait to hear what he has to say.
Senator, that gets into a tricky area, though. The president was elected by the American people. He's clear about his policy. So if you're judgment about a new secretary is based on the president, and I'm not sure how that works.
Well, I think you're right. I would agree that the fish rots from the head, and the real problem that we have with the chaos in our streets is coming from the White House and from the Oval Office. But I evaluate each of the nominees for cabinet positions and other positions on their merits. We'll hear what he has to say and whether he's going to try to lead this department in a different way. So I'm not going to prejudge it completely, but I will acknowledge I'm going to go into this with a lot of skepticism based on what I've seen.
Senator Adam Schiff just moments ago outside the Capitol, and obviously all of this coming amid a Senate vote about funding for DHS and 2 days of oversight hearings that Secretary Noem was testifying in front of the Senate and the House, in which she was grilled about $220 million in taxpayer-funded contracts for an advertising campaign. That was what I mentioned earlier about some of the reporting that we had seen that President Trump was not happy that she had said that that was the president was aware of and had signed off on. Chuck Schumer, the leader of the Senate Democrats, spoke just a few minutes ago as well, and signaled that Democrats may try to block the Markwayne Mullin nomination. So we will see what happens with that. We did get a little bit more sound from Markwayne Mullin, the Oklahoma senator who has been tapped by Trump to replace Kristi Noem as Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Here is a little bit more of what he had to say. This video coming to us from Fox's Bill Malugin just moments ago.
But it came at a little bit of surprise for us. And so the president and I, as you guys know, we're great friends and we get along great. I look forward to working with him and his cabinet. Of course, we still got to go through this little thing called confirmation, and we're going to get started on it right away.
Tell us about the conversation. What did he say? Did he call you?
You guys have been with me long enough, asked me enough questions. You know I don't share private conversations.
Tell me your reaction. Tell me your reaction.
Are you going to the White House today?
I don't think I'm going today. I think I need to talk to my wife first.
Do you expect to get support from Democrats? Tell us your reaction when you got the phone call from him.
I was excited. I mean,
when you saw his name calling.
Well, it came from the White House, so it came from the switchboard. But I was excited. The president, first of all, the president and I have a really good relationship. We talk all the time, anyways. I've got to be honest with you, I wasn't expecting the call today, but super excited. And I'm more excited about just ready to get started. There's a lot of work we can do to get Department of Homeland Security working, working for the American people. The Department of Homeland Security has a very broad jurisdiction, and I think there's a lot of work that we need to do, and I'm excited about it.
Senator Fetterman says he's going to vote for you. Do you expect other Democrats to vote for you?
John already texted me, and of course you guys know John and I are friends too, and so I don't know. We're going to try to earn everybody's vote. I want people to understand. When I go into this position, yes, I'm a Republican, yes, I'm conservative. But Department of Homeland Security is to keep everybody, regardless if you support me, if you don't support me, regardless of what your thoughts are. I'm here to enforce the policies that Congress passed.
For
Homeland secure. That's going to be my focus, and we're super excited about this opportunity. Let me go here.
Any lessons learned from the past?
Senator Schumer said that the rot is throughout the agency, and that changing the head at the top may not necessarily change the culture of the agency. What do you tell Democrats?
I'm going to have a conversation with if Mr. Schumer wants to sit down and talk to me. I'm going to sit down and talk to him. I want to try to earn their support, and I'm going to be very open and honest with them. And at the end of the day, all I can do is do my job, and so I'm not going to get in a tit for tat. But if they have real concerns, I'm going to listen to it. I'm going to see if it's practical. But nothing's going to prevent me from doing my job. I'm going to enforce the policies and the laws that Congress has passed, and we're going to protect our homeland.
Senator, you know that immigration enforcement.
I'm going to take one more, and then I need to go.
Thank you, Senator. Just looking at some of the criticism that Noem has faced, is there any learning lessons that you have picked up from Noem in ways in which you want to lead the agency a little bit differently?
Kristi is a friend, and I haven't had time to call Kristi yet, and our Secretary Noem, and our families are friends. She was tasked to do a very difficult job, and I think she has performed the best she can do underneath the circumstances. Is there always lessons to be learned? listen, my wife and I, we have, over the years, we have been fortunate enough to purchase companies and grow our companies, and every day there's something you can do better. And so I think there's an opportunity to build off successes, and there's also opportunities to build off things that maybe didn't go quite as planned. So,
Senator,
Senator Markwayne Mullin speaking to reporters just moments ago. We're going to take one more quick break. We've got to get in here on Florida Live. We'll be right back with more coverage in just a minute. Welcome back in. Give you a live look outside the office of Senator Markwayne Mullin of Oklahoma, who has been tapped to replace Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, who just an hour ago we learned from President Trump's post on Truth Social announcing that she is being replaced by that senator from Oklahoma effective March 31st. So we are watching to see, because there is a chance that we might get to see Senator Markwayne Mullin here in just a moment. So we are keeping an eye on that, and we'll listen in if we do get the chance to see him and maybe hear some more comments from him. I was seeing some other staffers, it looks like, walking into the office. But joining us live now to talk about this breaking news today, we've got Dr. Larry Walker, a UCF professor. Dr. Walker, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Florida Live. I just want to get your initial reaction to this news being posted by the president on Truth Social just a little bit ago.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I think for people who haven't been paying attention, this may be shocking, but this has essentially been kind of a slow-moving train wreck as it relates to Secretary Noem and some of the challenges she's dealt with as secretary. And there have been rumors, I've certainly heard I have a lot of D.C. contacts for the last several weeks that President Trump was going to move on. And when you have a sitting U.S. senator who suddenly becomes, secretary, and we could talk about whether he becomes acting, et cetera, this is something that takes time, and there have been a lot of behind the scenes conversations, and today is just official notice of what we've been hearing about for quite some time.
What do you think were maybe some of those reasons, and what might have proved to be the breaking point? I mean, we heard hours of testimony from Secretary Noem on Capitol Hill the past couple of days. What do you think was the breaking point?
Well, obviously, some of the recent testimony you just talked about, but this week. But I think the other thing to keep in mind is she's implementing the policies that she's been given. And, as a former Hill staffer, I can tell you there are plenty of times I had to fall on my sword for my boss. This is just another example of whether a secretary or a deputy secretary, et cetera, when you testify before Congress and you talk about it, she's testified multiple times since she's been secretary. You could say one or two things that, someone in the administration may not like, and that could be end. And you serve at the will of the president. For any secretary, deputy secretary, undersecretary. And this is just how things go in Washington, D.C. And, like I said, some people might point to numerous of slip-ups she's had or, discussions about things that happened in Minnesota or other in L.A. or other, incidences in terms of ICE interacting with individuals. But the reality is that, this is a job based on the current climate that she was not likely to stay in this position long term.
All right, Dr. Larry Walker, we appreciate you joining us here. We want to let folks know we are just about out of time here on Fox 35, but our live streaming news coverage is going to continue at the top of the hour on Fox Local and YouTube. So if you are watching us that way, we're going to talk more with Dr. Walker. We're going to keep an eye on things at the Capitol, waiting for more remarks from either Senator Mullin or some other lawmakers as well. We have seen some reactions coming in. We're also continuing to watch for response from our members of Congress here in Florida. So we're continuing to track this breaking news this afternoon. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live. And again, our live streaming news coverage of this and other things as well continues on the other side of this break if you're watching on Fox Local and YouTube. So a busy Florida Live. We appreciate you tuning in, and we've got more in just a minute. A live look right now at Capitol Hill, and oh, it looks so calm, doesn't it? Well, the reality is far from it. Let me give you a live look right now at the office of Senator Markwayne Mullin from Oklahoma, who has this afternoon been tapped by President Trump to replace Kristi Noem as Homeland Security Secretary. Again, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Jeroen Jarrel here. We appreciate you joining us for more coverage on our live stream. I want to bring back in UCF Associate Professor Dr. Larry Walker, who is joining us live via Zoom this afternoon. And Dr. Walker, we were just getting your reaction, talking about some of these, the breaking points after we heard quite a bit of testimony this week from Kristi Noem on Capitol Hill, where she was grilled in a lot of ways, facing some tough questions from Democrats, but also from some Republicans. And so, what do you think? We're seeing reaction come in, but what do you think is in store when it comes to a confirmation process for Markwayne Mullin to replace her?
So you would think, because these are his colleagues, that he would sail through the U.S. Senate, right? But this is the thing is, I think, this is kind of leaning on some of my Hill experience. As it relates to him being acting secretary, I think there will be some challenges there. And we'll see how the Trump administration navigates that. But certainly, like I said, the confirmation hearing, considering he literally, as of today, spent the last couple of years with many members of both sides of the aisle, you would think he would, and the Republicans still hold the majority, that he would be easily confirmed. Doesn't mean he won't have to answer some tough questions, but he's been a very big supporter of the Trump and President Trump and administration. He's been on various other networks here at large Fox platforms, et cetera. And I think that he would sail through confirmation. Doesn't mean he won't face some challenges from Democrats, but I don't think he would have any problems being confirmed.
So, and I'm curious because we heard from Secretary Noem. She had obviously a pre-booked engagement this afternoon where she spoke to a group of police officers in Nashville, and made no mention of the firing. Obviously, not that you would necessarily expect her to on that platform, but we are now getting a response from her on social media, reacting not particularly to leaving her role as Homeland Security Secretary, but about the new role that President Trump says we're going to learn more about in an announcement this weekend from South Florida, and that's this special envoy for the Shield of the Americas. I want to pull up this tweet again. This just coming moments ago from Secretary Noem saying, "Thank you, POTUS Trump, for appointing me as the special envoy for the Shield of the Americas. Secretary Rubio," and she tags Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, "are incredible leaders, and I look forward to working with them closely to dismantle cartels that have poured drugs into our nation and killed our children and grandchildren. The Western Hemisphere is absolutely critical for U.S. security. In this new role, I'll be able to build on the partnerships and national security expertise I forged over the last 13 months as Secretary of Homeland Security." Going on to say, "We've made historic accomplishments at the Department of Homeland Security to make America safe again. We delivered the most secure border in American history. 3 million illegal aliens have left the U.S. We have located 145,000 children. FEMA delivered disaster relief at a 100% faster rate, ushered in the golden age of travel, saved the American taxpayer $13 billion, and revitalized the U.S. Coast Guard." Dr. Walker, does anything stand out to you about that response from Secretary Noem on X just a couple of minutes ago?
No, it's not surprising. And obviously, issues relating to drug cartels is an issue that the country has continued to struggle with for decades. And you see she's still quite the portfolio there outlined, and it almost seems like she still be Secretary of Homeland Security based on what you see there. But the reality is that job it's a tough job. I must also add that essentially what her new job is this kind of special envoy, comparing not to be being secretary anymore, is a bit we call in DC a soft firing, right? So she's not essentially in the big chair anymore, but it's going to have a portfolio with some issues which she will continue to work on. And so, like I said, she highlighted cartels, which is a major issue, and some other things working with the Coast Guard, et cetera. So you will not likely see her testifying on Capitol Hill on any issues anymore, but she certainly will be around. I don't know if she'll be working in the West Wing. Sounds like she describes, be working with Secretary Rubio, but her time as secretary has come to an end.
One of the interesting wrinkles in this too, I think, is obviously the fact that the Department of Homeland Security right now doesn't have funding. I mean, it's an agency that is essentially shut down. Obviously the essential workers are still working, without pay. But the Senate still not passing funding bills for that agency. And so what happens now? Is that something that we might continue to see funding for that kind of held hostage at this point? Or how does that kind of play into all of this? Obviously very shifting dynamics in a fluid situation. We're talking about what's happening at DHS.
Yes, there's a lot happening, today in the last couple of weeks in the United States. So I would say, in terms of you talked about the agreement just a few weeks ago with Democrats and Republicans in terms of funding the government, but leaving out DHS. And so you're right. So I think what usually happens in DC, there's a trigger. And I think some of what you see is the conflict with in the Middle East with the United States and Israel, with Iran. That could be a trigger, right? Because we've seen these additional alerts in cities impacting airports, et cetera, about possible attacks. So that, like I said, that could be a possible trigger in addition to this. Certainly, if the senator, as he makes his rounds to talk to his colleagues, which you traditionally see for those who are seeking confirmation in the U.S. Senate, he can certainly talk about the importance of funding the government. But he's going to have to convince some of his Democratic colleagues, and even in some cases Republican colleagues, if they want to get rid of things like the filibuster, et cetera, that they've used historically, to make sure that they reach consensus on important issues. And this is an important issue. But the bottom line is it's still going to be an uphill fight to figure out if you can get the government funded. I must add, there has been some talk here the last couple of days that there have been a couple of proposals that may have kind of addressed some of the concerns from senators and Democratic senators, but it doesn't seem like they're quite there yet.
I'm just curious, you have talked about your experience and your time working on Capitol Hill, and I'm just curious what a day like today, where things seem crazy, what a day like today is like for folks working on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, this is kind of day in life and working in D.C., to be honest with you. Like you said, I worked on Capitol Hill a number of years and went and seen a lot of very interesting ups and downs and scandals. And so certainly for staffers and even members on both sides of the aisle in both chambers, there's a lot of gossiping and whispering in the hallways, in the cafeteria, and in D.C. water holes. But the reality is this is how D.C. works. Secretaries leave or get fired, and someone else replaces them, and things just kind of move along. But the gossip mill in D.C. is moving quite quickly.
All right. Before I let you go, what's next? What should we be watching for in this process? Do we think it's going to be a messy one? What should we look for? What are you keeping your eyes peeled as things move forward?
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, there may be some challenges relating to naming the senator as acting secretary. There, like I said, there may be some challenges the Trump administration may have to address, but we'll see how that plays out. But in terms of eventually gets to a confirmation, I wouldn't expect him not to be confirmed. Like I said, certainly just recently sitting in the chamber. The other thing that should be added is politically, that means the governor of the state of Oklahoma is going to have to replace the senator with someone else. So once again, we talk about D.C., but now also Oklahoma as it relates to these political chairs shifting from day to day. So this is another example.
All right, Dr. Larry Walker, Associate Professor at the University of Central Florida and a political analyst. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus this afternoon.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, continuing to track the big breaking news from Capitol Hill. Trump announcing the replacement of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, announcing his intention to nominate Senator Markwayne Mullin, a Republican from Oklahoma, to take that spot. We are now starting to see some reaction from our elected officials here in Florida. Let me show you a tweet just a few minutes ago from Senator Rick Scott saying President Trump was elected to secure our border, crack down on sanctuary cities, and keep our country safe. I appreciate Secretary Noem's dedication to that mission. Thanks to the president's leadership and her help, incredible progress has been made, and I know she will do a fantastic job as special envoy for the Shield of the Americas. He then tags Senator Markwayne Mullin, saying he'll do great work continuing this effort and be a strong leader at DHS, and he needs every resource available to get this important job done. It's time to end the shutdown and fund DHS now. So that's coming from Florida's Rick Scott, and we are continuing to look for more reaction from our members of Congress. In fact, here is one more. Give me 1 second here, and I can pull this one up for you. This is Congressman Darren Soto, a Democrat here in Central Florida, saying, "Good riddance. Secretary Noem leaves a train wreck of a legacy. Under her watch, ICE killed American citizens and terrorized communities. FEMA politicized and slow-rolled disaster relief. DHS had rampant corruption, including luxury planes, glam videos, and $143 million no-bid contract to her friends." So more criticism of Secretary Noem. And that has been a bit of a refrain that we have seen from the Democratic members of Congress who are reacting to this on social media today. A number of posts saying good riddance, or this should have been done before. I'm seeing some tweets from Congressman Carlos Jimenez, but nothing still that I am seeing about reacting to this change. We do have reaction from Congressman Maxwell Frost that I can show you as well. This one saying, "Disgraced Kristi Noem will go down in history as a bigoted cabinet member who oversaw the killing of Americans and the terrorizing of our communities." Congressman Frost not holding anything back there in his assessment of the firing of Kristi Noem. So we are watching these reactions continue to come in. That looks like all I'm seeing right now from our congressional delegation here in Florida, but we'll bring you updates as we get them and as we see more posts about this. We'll also be watching to see any indication of what a confirmation process might look like, what a vote on the funding DHS might look like now, some of those interesting dynamics that we were just talking about with Dr. Larry Walker. We shouldn't lose sight of the other big things that we're continuing to track, including Operation Epic Fury in Iran. We do expect an update in about an hour and 15 minutes where Secretary of War Pete Hegseth is going to be holding a news conference with the CENTCOM commander at MacDill Air Force Base in Tampa, where they'll be giving an update on where things stand with Operation Epic Fury. So we'll be keeping an eye out for that. Now, Governor DeSantis held a news conference just a little bit ago. He was in Nassau County where he presented some grant funding for some infrastructure projects and a number of other things. We listened to a little bit of that. During the question and answer portion, he was asked about the war in Iran to give his take on it and also react to the fact that it was a Winter Haven native, one of 4 U.S. service members who were killed in a retaliatory drone strike in Kuwait, with some of the first service members, casualties who were identified this week. I want to play for you Governor DeSantis's answer about that question on the war in Iran. Here's what he said just a little bit ago when he was in Nassau County.
Well, I think a lot of you who've known me over the years, know, and I've pointed out for many, many years, that when I was serving in Iraq back in that critical time, 2007, 2008, the U.S. was incurring a lot of casualties at the time. And at the time I was over there, 90% of those were because of the Iranians. They were funding and orchestrating the Shia militia groups, Islamist groups. They were under the tutelage of Qasem Soleimani, but ultimately directed by the Ayatollah. Neither the Ayatollah or Soleimani have lived to tell the tale anymore, so they're both gone. And I think that that's a good thing. I was supportive of the Soleimani strike back in the day, and I was glad to see that justice was brought there. Now, we did have a service member from Winter Haven that was killed in one of the rocket attacks. Casey and I send our condolences to the family. You know, it just goes to show when you put that uniform on, you never know where you're going to get sent. You never know what's going to come your way. And, you know, we owe a debt of gratitude to the people that are doing that. So I was really saddened to see one of our Floridians that was struck. But I will tell you, you know, having seen it firsthand, you know, that regime, they would kill as many Americans as they could. I mean, that's just the reality of who we're dealing with here. Now, look, there's tactical questions, you know, what's the mission, all this, and they're going to obviously, you know, going to have to address those. But just in terms of whether somebody like Khamenei, you know, deserved to face justice, the answer is yes, he deserved to face justice. And it wasn't just our service members in Iraq. Iran was behind the bombing in the Marine barracks in Beirut in 1983. That killed 241 people, over 200 U.S. Marines. It was Hezbollah. That was his predecessor, the Ayatollah Khomeini, was in charge then. But, you know, this is a regime that has done whatever they can to wage, you know, conflict against the United States of America. So just personally, as somebody that was over in Iraq at that time, that saw the casualties, that saw the Iranians were behind it. It was almost at that time, it's like, oh, well, you know, you just don't want to say Iran or what for whatever reason. There was a lot of fatigue, I guess, you know, and I get it. But the reality is they never really faced justice until the Soleimani strike during Trump's first term. And then now, you know, with I guess all the Ayatollahs are dropping like flies. They bring someone else in and then they're gone. But at the end of the day, you know, this is a regime, you know, they're a fanatical, apocalyptic, militant Islamist regime. And that's a little bit different than just being a run-of-the-mill dictatorship or somebody, you know, even like, even though I was supportive of snatching Maduro, even like a Kim Jong-un, because for their worldview, you know, they want the imposition of Sharia law worldwide, and they want the destruction of infidels, people that reject Sharia law. And so when you fuse that with the potential for nuclear weapons, it creates a different dynamic than you would in kind of the normal U.S. maybe versus the Soviets in the Cold War. You know, the Soviets were atheists, and so it's like everyone blows up, they got nowhere to go, right? So they were not necessarily going to be as quick on the trigger. You know, with the Iran and that regime, you know, that's going to be the issue. So look, there's a lot of that is going to be outside of what America can do. You know, my hope would be that the population is freed from the grip of the Islamist regime, and that they have a regime that really is, you know, taking advantage of the culture of the Persian culture was very rich and advanced. And then the Ayatollah came in, and honestly, it was Jimmy Carter was a big problem with that, paving the way for him. He comes in and clamps it down, and what's happened in Iran since 1979? It's been destitution. The regime makes money, they fund terrorism, they fund IRGC, they fund all these other things, but the average person, you know, doesn't have a lot of opportunity, and I do think that culturally, they could be a very successful country. They've got a lot of resources. They've got a lot of history. I think they'd have very strong education very quickly. You know, if they were liberated from the yoke of the Islamist tyranny. But that ultimately has been the problem. Is the regime that's driving all this stuff. You know, there's only one regime in the world that's funding Hamas, funding Hezbollah, funding Palestinian Islamic Jihad, funding the Houthis. I mean, like, this is what they do. They get money from oil, and they try to export jihad around the Middle East and really around the world to a certain extent. I mean, they tried to assassinate, the President of the United States. That was something that they tried to do. So I think it's very clear, where they stand on it. So I just, we lost hundreds of people in Iraq when they were fomenting these attacks.
That was the response from Governor Ron DeSantis earlier today when he was asked about Operation Epic Fury and the situation in Iran. I do have a couple more things about the Kristi Noem that I want to show you before we go to another break here. First is a tweet from Chuck Schumer, the Democratic leader, saying that Kristi Noem has been fired, good riddance, but the problems at DHS go much deeper than any one person. The president must rein in ICE and end the violence. I also want to show you a couple of posts from Jackie Heinrich from Fox News, posting this, saying, according to a source familiar, POTUS spoke with Noem just before that Truth Social post went out. That Truth Social post went out around 1:40-ish, so it would have been just a little bit before then, and just a few minutes before we saw Kristi Noem take the stage at that conference in Nashville where she was speaking. We're also learning that Corey Lewandowski expected to leave his post with her. I'm going to refresh this page because I believe there's another post from Jackie Heinrich here. This is her reporting about what led to the firing, saying it was a combination of her many unfortunate leadership failures from Minnesota to the ad campaign to the allegations of an affair. A source familiar tells me of President Trump's decision to remove Kristi Noem as DHS Secretary. So continuing to learn more about that from Fox News crews in Washington, D.C. This is a post from Senator John Fetterman, a Democrat from Pennsylvania, saying, as a member of the Homeland Security Committee and ranking member of Subcommittee on Border Security, I'm not sure how many fellow Democrats will vote to support our colleague, Senator Mullin, as the next DHS Secretary, but I am saying he would vote in the affirmative. And he was actually asked about that. Senator Markwayne Mullin was asked about that in one of those videos that we were able to play for you just a couple of minutes ago from when we heard from Senator Markwayne Mullin on the steps of the Capitol. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome. Yeah, my mic is open. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. All right, so here's the deal. It's been a busy last 4.5 hours here on our live stream. Been a really busy last 2 hours since the breaking news of the firing of Kristi Noem. So we are continuing to monitor that situation on Capitol Hill. There's also a couple of things coming up in the 4 o'clock hour that obviously we're not going to be able to bring to you on Fox 35 News Plus because we're almost out of time, but we will still be live streaming those on YouTube. The first is 4 o'clock at the White House, where President Donald Trump is going to welcome the 2025 Major League Soccer champions to the East Room of the White House for a ceremony and a celebration. You may know the 2025 MLS champions was Inter Miami. So they're going to be at the White House coming up in just a little bit. And you can bet that if the president takes some questions at that event, he is going to be asked about the firing of Kristi Noem, that breaking news that we've been following throughout the afternoon here since that was announced around 1:40, 1:45-ish on Truth Social. And so President Trump likely to reference that when he or answer questions about that if that ends up happening. So we'll be keeping an eye out for that. Again, that starts at 4 o'clock, likely a few minutes after, not going to be right at 4. The other thing that we're watching this afternoon, and that's coming up at 4:30, where Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, who is in Florida right now, at MacDill Air Force Base, CENTCOM, Central Command, which is right there at MacDill. He's going to be holding a news conference with the CENTCOM commander, Admiral Brad Cooper. They're going to be giving an update on where things stand with Operation Epic Fury. So that's going to be around 4:30, and we'll also be live streaming that on our Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page. Well, I've been talking a lot, haven't I? I'm going to sign things off here, hand things off to our Fox 35 Storm team and for Fox 35 Weather Plus. Then after that, we've got the 407 Fox 35 News at 5 after that. And I'll be right back here tomorrow for more Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll see what other news breaks. Keep it on Fox Local. The news never stops on here. This is certainly the place to be throughout the day for all the breaking news as it happens. Thanks for joining us.